We are live in sound and vision, the Radio Show Limited network of channels, as well as the 24-hour website. The first part of the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza for 2020. Ever since 1922, this circuit has been challenging the best race drivers from all around the world. It's a vastly different looking Creventic season as that which we expected when we went racing early in January at Dubai. Let's take you through the season, how we've got to where we are now, and where we'll be going afterwards. We started in January in the United Arab Emirates with our now traditional 24-hour opener to the season, also the first race of the Championship of Continents. And that race, unfortunately, not going the full distance. Barely 7 hours, just over 7 hours of the race at the Dubai Autodrome before we were quite literally flooded out. What an extraordinary start to 2020. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to be the end of any race series' problems. After the worst of COVID-19 had hit and struck Europe, Creventic managed to organise the 24 Hours of Portimao in the early part of June, which should have been the weekend of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's been pushed to September, of course. Nearly 20 cars turned up, social distancing was observed, and international motor racing was back, courtesy of Creventic in Portugal. This weekend, we're at the 12 Hours of Monza, the Lombardy region that was hit so hard by the epidemic, now welcoming back top-class motorsport for round 3 and the second round of the European Championship. Once our teams and drivers are finished here, it's a little wait till September, the traditional weekend for the 24 Hours of Barcelona at the Circuit de Catalunya. Always a big spectator favourite there as well. That's also one of our Championship of the Continents rounds. Then we come back to Italy. Imola, another classic heritage circuit. Anti-clockwise track, which makes things always a little bit interesting. 9th and 10th of October. And then, for the first time in a while, back to Creventic's home country, on the beach at Zandvoort, overlooking the North Sea. We weren't sure whether that would be on the calendar this year, but the 13th and 14th of November, because Formula One haven't been there this year, Creventic have been able to take up some of the noisy days. And that is the final round of the Circuit of the Continent, or the Championship of the Continent, as well as the Championship of Europe. Dubai, Portimao, Monza, Barcelona, Imsa and Zandvoort make up our 2020 season.
Welcome to the legendary Monza Park. Welcome to the Circuit of Monza. Welcome to the second round of the 24-hour series in Europe this year. Still under COVID-19 rules, but after all, we are here, Peter. We made it.
Yeah, the story continues. Last month you were at Portimao, also with the COVID-19 protocol and regulations. And now 1 month later we are back and a beautiful start gate behind us.
A lot of our regular season contenders are here with us, and we are happy to walk through the grid together with the camera crew. Greetings to London. We miss you here, John, and next time you're going to be with us again, I'm sure about it.
Yeah, this is not what we normally do, but we looked very good to Joe Bradley and Nick Damon, for example, so we know a little bit how it works. And we're here with the pole sitter of the Kip Verschuur car. Pole sitter, so the best lap. The question, was it the perfect lap?
It was, because our car is quite slow on the long straights, but very good into corners and on braking. So the start will be tough, because you know the Porsches are super quick in the beginning. So I think it will be fun the coming hours.
Okay, the fastest time was set by Mike Verschuur. What are the expectations for the race?
We only go for P1.
Only the best.
That's it.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Ole.
Yeah, let's have a talk also with Klaus Bachler, who was just a bit of Mike Verschuur in qualifying. Let's see if we can find a gap to talk to Klaus. Is it available? Please. So let's have a chat with Klaus. Klaus, happy to have you here in Monza. How are you doing today?
Yeah, thank you. Also really happy to be here, to be back in racing. It was a good qualifying. We were leading the quali session until I think 5 minutes before the end. Then by 1/10 I got beaten. But anyway, it's a good starting position. And we look forward to this 12-hour race. It's really cool to be here and to be back.
Yeah, you were just a bit off the pole position in the end. It was a very close call. Are you going for a good race here? What are your expectations? Where do you want to end the race?
I mean, in the end, for sure, we are here because we want to win the race. But everybody, I think, close to us want to win the race. But it will be a tough one. It's very hot out there. It's a high-speed track. So first you need to finish it. And that's our first goal. But we think we have good chances to finish up front there.
Okay, thank you very much, Klaus. Have fun this race. Good luck. And we're going back to London for the track presentation.
Thank you to Ola Dolleman and Peter Frey down there on the grid doing a cracking job. Well, it's been here since 1922 and we're on the full 3.6 mile circuit down towards the first chicane, the Variante di Rettifilio, right and then left, then through the Curva Grande, accelerating all the time, right up to top gear before you pick your braking point for the second chicane, the Variante della Roggia. Tricky that one, particularly on the way in, you can take a lot of speed. Then the two Lesmos, got to have a nicely balanced car through the first and second. Second a little bit tighter than the first. There's a little curve, the Curva Serraglio, down to 8, 9 and 10, much better known as the Variante Ascari. Hammer the curbs on the left, balance the car in the middle, and then don't run too far out onto the right-hand side. Then read a chapter of your book on your Kindle as you're heading down towards the southern end of the circuit for the Curva Parabolica. And there's a few different ways you can get around there, but you want to be coming back towards the pit wall at the end of it. That's the best way through there. That's 5.8 kilometres, 3.6 miles, 11 corners of the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza.
We are a little bit at the back of the start grid, but still we are the GT division. We are at the car from the MDM Motorsport. And next to me, last time we had Tom Coronel. This is not Tom. Nope. This is Tim Coronel. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good. It feels like we were in a cage and now we can fly again. So let's have fun racing.
Free as a bird.
Yep. Yeah, it's nice. And also nice to drive this car. 12 hours. So let's start easy and get the trophy back home.
What are the experiences with this circuit here in Monza?
No, of course, with the European Series and everything, I drove a lot here. Even I became a European champion in the Alfa in the past. Yeah, and this car is really nice here because you can take the curbs, not in the 12 hours, but in the quali it was nice. And yeah, no, I love it. And especially the food is nice in Italy.
It is, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much, Tim. Good luck this race. See you later. And I think Ole is in the meanwhile at the pole position of the TCE.
Yes, I am here at the KCMG Brutal Fish Honda TCR car, and the pole sitter, Daniel Loyty, is in the car. Just a quick question, Daniel. How was your pole lap? How did that feel?
Yeah, it was good. The pace is definitely there. The team have done a great job. All three of us have good pace, so it's going to be a different challenge now. But yeah, great job so far. Just keep it calm and let's see how we do.
And how is the car behaving? It is very hot inside the car. How are you feeling about that?
It's okay now. After 1 hour, I think a different answer. But yeah, it's tough. It's very, very hot today. So yeah, it's going to be managing the heat, the tires and the brakes. It's going to be tough today.
Okay, Daniel, thank you very much. Have a good race. Good luck. And I guess Peter has something to say.
At the back of me, the rest of the starting grid of the TCE. We got 7 TCR cars, and it's actually always in the tradition that the TCR cars are very tight and always have beautiful battles. Also, this race again, maybe we have to explain. First we started a 4-hour race, then we have a park for May, and tomorrow we have the remaining 8 hours. Ole already mentioned it, and I think the drivers also did. It's bloody hot here today, Ole.
Yes, it is close to 40 degrees. The sun is burning down. You can feel it outside, and inside the car it's just much tougher even to last through these temperatures. Well, let's hope no one will faint inside the car, but it's very hot. Challenging race, and at these high speeds, it will be quite beautiful to watch. I guess we have to evacuate the grid soon, as they're starting the engines right now. And
let's give it back to London. We will be back tomorrow at the start grid. We are leaving now. Back to London, back to John.
Thank you very much indeed. Tim Gray is in London, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh in the studio. That was Peter Fry and Ole Doleman. Thanks, guys, for filling in adequately. I think Nick Damon will be quaking in his boots. And Nick will be working this weekend on the Spa 25 Hours, the VCO online iRacing event, which we'll have coverage of Saturday and Sunday. Let's confirm then what the guys were talking to us about. A cracking couple of half hours of qualifying earlier on today with the Renault RS01. How appropriate with the RS Renault Sport Euro Cup here this weekend. Mike Verschoor doing the qualifying and starting the race ahead of the Herbeth Motorsport, one of 3 Herbeth Porsches here this weekend. Just around about a tenth between them on the first row of the grid.
Yeah, and next up then the second of the Herbert cars, 3 of them here this weekend, but it's the familiar lineup in the 91 of Alleman, Bone, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer. Robert's at the time in that car, 149.535. A little bit further off the top 2 than I was expecting, but they'll come good in the race, I'm sure. Then the car collection Audi of Dr. Johannes Kerkhoff. Both Edelhoffs listed on that graphic. I think it's just Max, though, joining Elmar Grimm and Dr. Kerkhoff himself.
Row 3, the 58 MP Racing AMG. That's the bright green car. Manuel Agostna had a problem this morning in that car, but did get it going. It was Giorgio Giotto who got the lap time. The 92 is the third of the Herbeth cars. Jürgen Hering, Taki Constantinu and Alfred Renauer will be in 6th position for the third of those GT3Rs.
Great to have a prancing horse here at the home of Ferrari. Monza, Wochenspiegel team Monschau are a German outfit, bringing Georg Weiss, Leo Weiss, Jochen Krumbach and Henrik Still. They could be a bit of a dark prancing horse, starting from 7th alongside the first of the only GTX concept car, which is a great looking Reiter Engineering KTM car 746, driven predominantly by Laura Kryhammer in qualifying. That will start from 8th position.
Yeah, 3 GTX cars in the race. They basically don't fit in any of the other categories, but hey, let's come and race anyway. Row 5 is the 991 Gen 2 Cup row. Both the Speed Lover cars are there. Don Bastian and Gavin Pickering. Gav did the time in the 978. And it was, I think, Eric Muez who did the time for the 979 that he shares with Olivier Don and Rolf Lietart.
2 BMWs occupy row 6, so 11th and 12th positions for the M3 F80 of JR Motorsport. Great to have Ruud Olij back in Creventic ranks. I think it's been 2 or 3 years out for Ruud, joining Ted van Vliet, who's far more regularly seen in the JR camp. And then the MDM Motorsport car of Tom Coronel, Tim Coronel, who we heard from on the grid, and Jan-Jaap van Roon in the M4 GT4. That starts 12th.
The final of the GT class cars is the 707 ARC Bratislava Huracan Super Trofeo, and I did see that car out in qualifying, so it may be that car, it didn't put a time in fact, so it may be that we don't see that car here. So the pole position for the TC part, the TC Endurance part, the Brutal Fish by KCMG FK7 TCR version of the Civic was Dan Lloyd who put the time in. Pepe Oriola and Martin Reiber his teammates in the Euro TCR category will take over later in the race.
Stefan Perrat, Vincent Rademacher, regulars in the AC Motorsport camp. Mathieu Detry has raced with them in the past. Interesting that Mathieu, though, was put in for qualifying and qualifies second in the TC part of the race. So a TCR starts from 15th, as it does from 16th position, and the Autorama Motorsport Volkspower Golf GTI of Miklas Born, Konstantin Kletzger and Yannick Mettler from the 8th row.
And the final row of the ninth row of the grid, Red Camel Jordans NL, Luc and Ivo Breukers, and really they'll not be happy at being that far down in the Cupra. Then the Nordschleifer Racing JS2, this is the Ligier, running as a TCX, so an invitation class within the TC category, and that's a lovely looking red, white and black car for Daniel Wazinski, Regis Rego Desebs and Jean-Boris Schei.
Next up, what could be two Bascoot Racing entered cars. Top Car have been in the past, although I noticed that the Bicat Bascoot bit is missing there. However, that car is out-qualified the NKPP TCR. These are both Cupras, 131 alongside the 175 on the 10th row.
WEC Motorsport have brought their venerable E46 M3 along. That's another TC X car, and they will start 21st on the inside of the 11th row. Alongside them, with some problems within qualifying, and they, in fact, I think got a grid penalty. This car, the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing car with a 2:05. So their time should have put them further up the grid, but I think they had some issues about not doing enough laps for Sandro Pilati, Alberto Vescovi and the rest of the team. And the last car on the grid should have been the other Autorama car, the Seat Leon Cup Racer, but we have not seen that car in practice or qualifying. So we reckon that there are 21 cars starting the race, split almost evenly between the GT and the TCE categories. Actually, it's 14 for now. We have had a little bit of oil dropped on the start-finish line, and our intrepid marshals are cleaning that up at the moment before we come round to the green flag. Not really on the racing line, but somebody perhaps with just maybe a little bit of overfill before they started the event, which might be a bit of a worry for their pit crew, but I don't think it'll cause any issues in terms of coming across the line, JP, because as I say, they're very long way off the line. Interestingly, at Monza, the official cars are all Jaguars. Jaguar sponsor of the Italian rugby team as well for a while. Not sure how they've managed to do that, but it is the bronze metallic XFR that is bringing the field round to a rolling start with 4 hours on the clock. We've been waiting for this for quite some time. We had our appetites whetted at Portimao with the brilliant running of a 24-hour race by Creventic that was the first European international motor race that anybody had put on. And now, for the first time ever, the Hankook 24-hour series is at one of the real cathedrals of speed. Unfortunately, the spectators have not been allowed in. It is closed doors, so the faithful have not been allowed to come in and worship. The marshal with the two blue signs saying get into side-by-side formation as they head up towards the parabolic at 4 hours tonight, then Parc Fermé, 8 hours tomorrow after the second of the Renault races. It's a packed weekend and plenty of motor racing to come. I hope you'll want to spend most of it here with us. Got a couple of events at the Nürburgring as well, which we'll be covering for you. And of course, everything available as an archive afterwards. Take a deep breath, settle yourselves in. 4 hours of action in the Lombardy sunshine about to get underway for the second round of the European Championship and the third race of the year for the Hankook 24-hour series.
So this splendid field of cars will be greeted not only with 5 solid red lights, but also the slippery surface flag because of that oil that's just been mopped up. So the yellow and red stripes making it look a little bit like Catalan rather than Lombardy in Italy. But we get going now, and it is a good start from the Renault RS01 from pole position, and Michael Schuler, Klaus Bachler installed in the blue and orange Porsche from Herbert Motorsport for the opening stint, doesn't quite level peg the Renault into the braking area for the first time. It's another Herbert Motorsport Porsche in 3rd position, ahead of the Carbonate style alongside the 34 car collection Audi. The blue and white colours there of Kirchhoff, but everybody else feeding their way through the chicane. It's been a relatively ginger start, as you would expect at the start of a 12-hour race, and no body contact, thankfully, back in the TC part of the field. But the Renault, just jockeying from left to right there, hard on the brakes from Mike Verschoor as he tries to build some early tyre temperature in those Hankooks, as the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari goes straight on at the Rettifilio chicane. So that will not help tyres, not quite up to temperature, hammering those sleeping policeman Bollard there on the runoff area. So didn't go the right-hand side of the bollard, which is what I think was the instruction in the driver's briefing earlier on today.
Correct, absolutely right. Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhoff, as the front of the field head underneath the banking. The cars were out on the banking last night. There is video on the 24H Series site, and they tweeted some of it this morning, obviously only at processional speed. Verschoor, Herbert, car collection, MP, David Gosner driving that. It looked like a pretty good start for the Red Camel Jordans.NL Cooper. That orange car, easy to spot, and I'm pretty certain they'd made up some places as well. We'll check them as they come back across the line. Verschoor, Bachler, then Robert Renard, Elmer Grimm, the starting driver for the 34. Oh, and all of a sudden, hang on a second, there's 2 orange Cupras, aren't there? Yeah. So that's the back of the Autorama car, I think. We'll check them as they come back through and past the start-finish line for the first time. It's a heck of an opening lap by Mike Verschoor. 2.3 seconds he's put on the rest of the field. Here come the TCRs. Dan Lloyd from Rademacher from AC. Then Yannick Meckler for Autorama. Then the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier, and the Red Camel Jordans. That was Luke Breukers up into 4th position. I thought it was. What a start for the 101.
And good to see 23 cars in the field. So does that mean the ones that we were missing from qualifying?
The Seat later, the second Autorama car is out there.
Dario Stanko at the wheel of that, and the other one that we were missing, I think, from the GT series part of the grid was the Lamborghini Huracan,
and it is out there. The
ARC
ARC
Bratislava. Yeah.
Well, we didn't see that car during qualifying, but Miro Konopka is in the race, and in fact, he's made up a position. He's up into 9th position. Well, that's very good indeed. He's gone past that F80 BMW. A couple of older BMWs in the individual classes here. WEC Motorsport with the blue BMW E46. David Cox starting that one. And the M3 F80, the GR Motorsport. That's Ruud Olisch for GR Motorsport in 11th position. That's the 703. So slightly more cars than we were even expecting. So our cup runneth over in the early afternoon here at Monza, just after 3 o'clock Central European summer time. And people already getting into their stride. 707 is the engine you can hear. That is the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the Huracan, and Miro Konopka doing a good job getting that. Now, we only had to start, of course, at the back of his part of the race, the GT part of the race, so it's not a massive disadvantage not to have got out in qualifying. Battle for 3rd position. Herbert and Car Collection down the outside. Elmer Grimm tries to get through. Can he make a stick in the first chicane at the Rettifilio? He can. Oh, that was super confident on the brakes and on barely warmed up Hankooks for Elmer Grimm, who's ahead now of Robert Renard, and Robert not taking that one lying down as Mike Verschoor streaks off into the distance with Klaus Bachler in second. Then it's Robert Renard. Sorry, it was Taki Constantiniu that Elmer Grimm went by, wasn't it? That was for 4th position. But a cracking piece of driving. Hey, no, it wasn't. I'll take that back. It wasn't. It was indeed for third position. It is the 91 car. Should have gone with my original thought there. Outside move into the right-handed part of the Rettifilio and then block past into the left. In fact, didn't really even need to. Super bit of driving by Elmer Grimm and confirmed as up into third position. He's got another Herbeth Motorsport. Just got rid of one Herbeth car. It's the Klaus Bachler number 93, the additional car with more blue and orange on it. Very pretty colour scheme through Ascari and down the back straight.
Yeah, mightily impressive from Elmer Grimm, needing no encouragement at the early stages of this race then. And I was just trying to work out whether we've had the two different Edelhoff do some free practicing this weekend. Max was certainly the guy that qualified that car. Elmer Grimm labelled as the driver right now, although the car looks more likely perhaps to be piloted by Max Edelhoff. We'll do a check on that, but there's no doubt about the pace from the car collection Audi here. Now nibbling at the heels of the second place Porsche of Klaus Bachler. This has got to be Max Edelhoff for my money. With all due respect to Elmer Grimm, as that car brakes as late as possible into the first of the chicanes, and Klaus Bachler feeling the heat here from the V10, the 5.2 litre engine that powers that Audi R8 LMS. Meanwhile, Mike Verschure building a gap of 6.5 seconds now over the Austrian Klaus Bachler, who seems to have no response right now at least.
Well, remember, and we've seen this before in these split races, this is the Monza 12 hours in the Hankook 24-hour series, but effectively it's a 4 plus 8.
Yeah.
And at the end of the first 4 hours, any gaps that are less than a lap disappear. So you could be 1 minute and 50 seconds up the road in a GT car, but if the second place car is still on the lead lap, when you start tomorrow from the green flag, you're effectively side by side again. If you're 1 minute and 54 seconds ahead, i.e. a lap and 3 seconds, you will start a full lap up. So trying to get a lap on your competitors is absolutely what you have to do. And what we've seen in the past, JP, is an interesting dichotomy and a change of almost character between the two parts of the race. This is 4 hours, so it's endurance, but effectively it's a sprint race. And the idea, if it stays green, is that you want to get as much time on your competitors as you can, and possibly even play the fuel card coming towards the end of the race to try and get that lap up.
Yes, but then conversely, if you're in second position, you can actually get a massive leg up if you finish the race 9/10 of a lap behind the race leader.
99 100ths,
exactly, because if you can get yourself a fuel stop within, let's say, the last half an hour of the race and still stay on the lead lap, you get that massive vault up the field by buying yourself back the best part of 2 minutes, and then still start level pegging with the race leader the following day, with the advantage of a full tank of fuel. So let's see whether any of those teams play it that kind of precariously. The problem is that, the chances of it going wrong are very, very high, and is it better to play it safe? But as you say, lesson one, goal one for Friday is to stay on the lead lap and as close to the leader as you possibly can. The other thing that Creventic have done in recent years is actually weave that into the other classes as well.
Yes.
So it's not always done to the overall leader, or the GT leader, the TCE leader. If you're in some of the lower classes, they try and work out whether you're still on the lead lap or not by tracking through the numbers of laps completed overnight. That's a big job for all those at timeservice.nl. I'm really glad I'm not involved with that and just get presented the sheet the following day.
8 seconds to gap at the front of the field. Renault RS01 leading. Equipe Verschure from Herbert's Porsche in second. In the TCE category, similar story as Dan Lloyd has set sail in that Honda Civic, the KCMG, the Brutal Fish Bike KCMG, the Hong Kong flagged team. And they have got the better part of 5 seconds on Nordschleifer Racing, the JS2R Ligier, John Boris Schuyler, who qualified that car. Dan Lloyd also qualified the Honda. After that, it's a bit closer. 8/10, 1 second, 6/10. But that's two big leads at the front of the two parts of the race, JP.
It certainly is. Yeah, no doubt about where the pace is. But the question is then, also you need solid reliability across the 12 hours, and that Renault has proven itself in the past to be a little bit susceptible to relentless pounding round the circuit, particularly here when it's so high, such high speed, and you're wide open throttle for a considerable amount of this 5.8 kilometre circuit, the longest track we visit throughout the course of this particular season. Good battling between MP Racing and Herbert Motorsports Porsche. That was a change of position, in fact. David Gosner in the bright green Merc, getting ahead of Taki Constantinou in the third of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches.
Might be the longest track at 3.6 miles, but it is the quickest as well. And that battle's not over, by the way, as the Porsche and the Audi, well, that's a little bit further up the field. That's Robert Renard, and well, it's still saying Elmer Grimm on the timing screen. I've got a feeling, well, if it's Elmer, he's doing a cracking job.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just put it that way. As I said, this might be the longest track at 3.6 miles, nearly 6 kilometres, but it's the fastest. And the average lap speed in the test session yesterday, and this is the one I just remember, was nearly 190 kilometres an hour, 189 point something kilometres an hour. So you're talking well over 130 or on 130 miles an hour average.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of second gear chicanes here, maybe down to first actually for the Rettifilio, the first part of the Rettifilio, because you're so hard on the anchors there. Brutal Fish KCMG. Great to see them back after a run in Dubai earlier in the year, and they, of course, contesting the European TCR Championship. Dan Lloyd has had some success second in the championship in the Chinese TCR competition last year. And Dan, who's had a bit of GT racing as well on his CV, seems to be able to adapt very quickly to these 300 and plenty horsepower front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, he's had a mixture of front-wheel and rear-wheel drive cars. Actually, early on his career, I remember him in Renault Clio Cup UK, in back end of the noughties, and then the following season went in with Barwell Motorsport into British GT. So, you know, as early as he could, he got experience of a front-wheel drive hatchback, and then a rear-wheel drive, very much rear-wheel drive. What were they racing in those days? In the G4 category, so it was in the Ginetta G50. So, yeah, very quick car, and most entertaining as well. Now, ARC Bratislava.
Haven't seen them all week.
No, I know. With their LMP2 experience in the past, and Asian Le Mans, and the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. This is Miro Konopka, who I think started the car. Yes, he did. Yeah, but I mean, classic ARC Bratislava paint job in that sort of art car-ish. You know, looks fast even when it's sitting stationary in the paddock.
Like that.
And
sponsored by Paul Smith Tailoring, by any chance? It is very Sir Paul Smith in terms of the pinstripes there.
Highlighter yellow main body, but yeah, with those go faster stripes on the hood and the sides. So whatever the problem was for the 707, it is out there. This is a Super Trofeo car, so like a rocket ship down the straights, because it doesn't carry anywhere near as much aero as the GT3 counterpart.
And that is then, I presume, that is running as a GTX car, isn't it? Yes, it is, and it's second in the GTX competition at the moment, that being led, as it was last year, as Elmer Grimm is into the pits, or sorry, at least the 34 car collection car has just called into the pits. That's a very early stop for the 34. I wonder if they've got an issue. Laura Kryhammer, by the way, for Reiter Engineering, as she did at Barcelona in the 24 last year, storming up the field in the KTM GTX concept, and that is running in GTM. Well, that looked like it was one tyre. Yeah, that's a puncture or some kind of issue. They do have tyre pressure sensors on the GT3 car, so that's awfully bad luck for car collection. Now, I wonder if they'll go into... Which end is the fuel at? I think the fuel's on the way in here, isn't it?
Yes.
So he didn't stop for fuel. I think I might have taken a splash of fuel there, even after just a few laps. Although I'd be desperate to stay on the lead lap, of course. So in one new tyre, I think that looked like the left front that they had changed, but I'm only guessing at that, if I'm honest. At RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get touching us. Jet asking, does dynamic BOP still play a part in preventing? Could the Renault be reined in during the race. I have to say, I didn't see that within the sporting regulations, but JP, he's furrowing his brow. I think once the race starts, there can be long stops, of course. We've seen that before, haven't we, in the penalty box for what is called a balanced stop. 3:39, the light blue BMW at Ascari. Great to see the WEC Motorsport. David Cox driving that car. A venerable E46 M3. I love the attitude that Creventic have taken to these races this year. If you want to race it, if you want to dust it off, get it out from under its dust cover in the garage. It's been sitting there for too long. Get it out and we'll find somewhere to put it and come and have some fun. Meantime, Laura Kreiheimer now sitting right in behind the Herbert Motorsport of Taki Constantinou in that Valvoline livery, which looks superb on that GTX. Development of the KTM that we've seen in the past with the clamshell hood. We saw one in carbon fibre, didn't we, at Barcelona last year, and this car's continual development. This is a real push from KTM. Not really certain where we think it's going to fit in terms of whether it's a GT4, is it a GT3, is it a GT2, which it could be now as well. They've been messing about with doing engine developments with this car, trying to get the performance of that engine up, and they've I think gone to the 5-cylinder engine, the Audi 5-cylinder engine in that car, because they didn't feel as though the 4-cylinder could reliably put out as much power as they wanted. I've just said that off the top of my head, which has sent JP scrambling to the keyboard.
Whether I'll find any information about it at all, I have no idea, but you've triggered my memory that it has always been a 2-litre turbocharged straight 4 Audi powering the old KTM, and this GTX concept could well have had a full engine revision, well, brand new engine fitted into it. I was also trying to work out from the lines on the car whether it still has the clamshell opening to get in and out, or whether they're
that's a good point, where they've actually put doors in,
kind of gull-wing doors.
I'm trying to think back to Barcelona last year, and I'm afraid my memory is failing me. It feels like that's another world all the way back then now, when all you had to do was go to an airport and jump on a plane.
Yeah, true enough. Distant memory.
People in 10 years' time, people will laugh at us when we told them that. We used to fly around the world, all over the place, you know, in planes.
You can just turn up at an airport, book yourself on a flight. No,
absolutely.
Fantasy.
What? No lines, no temperature checks, no. Nah. Tell that to the kids right now; they won't believe you. They really won't. 101 is climbing up through the field for Luke Breukers, 4th position in the TCR category, and that then. It's their class. What's that? That's 5th place in the TCE running, because they've got a TCX in the shape of Johan Boris Shire in the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier, the red, white and black coupe. Now, why is that in a touring car category, I hear you ask? I'm sure I heard somebody ask. Did you have your hand up at the back there? I think you did. Well, it's all about the performance levels. Lap times for that car as it stands around about the 2:03, which puts it squarely in with TCR category cars, so no real point in putting it in to a GT category, where even a GT4 at the moment is doing a 2:01, that BMW M4 from MDM Motorsport. In fact, 2:03, 2 minutes dead is the best time for the BMW M4. The best time for the Ligier, 2:03, so that's why that car is where it is. Now we've got the leader of the GT category coming up to put the first lap on the leader in the TCE category.
Yeah, so a nice little bit of symmetry, if you like, where the leaders are seen on the same bit of track, albeit briefly, as the Renault RS01 sweeps around the outside. Mike Vasseur looking very assured indeed as he makes his way past the whole of the TC field then. Remember, 2 races in one for the GT and the TC series, and there'll be individual podiums at the end of this long affair. 4 hours tonight, but nothing decided by that point. The cars are just contained probably on the main straight within Parc Fermé conditions, and then we restart in the morning for 8 hours of solid running around this beautiful parkland circuit, the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza. As out of the Ascari chicane goes one of 3 BMWs. That's the M3 F80, I think, from JR Motorsport, with Ruud Olij at the wheel of that. 703, and it runs also in the GTX category, so it's battling the KTM GTX concept, which does indeed have a 5-cylinder 2.5 litre Audi engine. So John hits the high five there, getting that right. Some of that information you've been reading all year's gone in.
Well, and in fairness, the very nice guys that we did, if you remember, we did at Mugello, just confirmed as a Formula One venue. We have been talking about that for some time and had the breaking news in our qualifying show. We did have the Crossbow Challenge, the KTM Challenge rather, and was talking with Manfred Wolf, isn't it, who is their PR rep, and he was telling us about that, and then the car turned up later on in the year at Barcelona. So as you say, something might have stuck there. And there is a GTX and a GT2, quite long actually, 2.85 metres, which is one of the longest wheelbases in the GT category. Total length of 4.7 metres and a width of just over 2 metres. The GT2, of course, being the new SRO category for more road-derived cars or more road-looking cars, and also high-powered but not necessarily tuned. So the idea is that you have good horsepower output to start with in GT2, and then you don't have to mess about with them, so that you're not tinkering with the reliability. But also that GTX version, I wonder where that will pop up and whether that might become a GT4 car in the future. I suppose 600 horsepower, by the way, for 1,000 kilos. 600 horsepower for 1,000 kilos.
Amazing, yes. I mean, it's jaw-dropping, that is, from such a tiny engine as well. Just 2.5 litres. The one thing that I suppose that COVID-19 hasn't brought a halt to is car design and car development as well. As long as the guys in the factory and writing the plans, the draftsman can work in a socially distanced, suitable way, then that can carry on. There's been plenty of testing as well, when crews can be scaled down. So actually, without as much racing going on, and I suppose repair work as well, and actually getting cars from place to place, the development can continue at pace. So maybe an exciting period of motorsport to look forward to now, as all the ideas have been got to the forefront and numbers crunched, and now we can look forward to the future within that development. And that's one of the first cars that I've been really excited by since we got going again, the GTX concept, which looks fabulous. Meanwhile, the speed lover Porsche, of which there are 2 in this race, 978, 979 from the Belgian outfit. Gavin Pickering is the better of the 2, placed in 9th position. And then we've got Eric Muez, the Frenchman, in the other 991 Cup car. So 2 entries into Class 991 exclusively for Porsche Cup cars.
Now, I've already got the software running, ticking over gently in the background, and with 13 laps completed, the car collection car puts the Speed Lover Porsche a lap down. That is the 978 car with the blue and orange stripes running across the top of that car. So 13 having been completed by the leader last time around. Let me just check to see if that is right. Yeah, 126 laps predicted as we stand at the moment in this first 4 hours of the race. So that's 114 laps to go. Now, what will affect that are any slow zones, we don't have slow zones here, code 60s we would have here, or full course purples.
the whole lap becomes a slow zone effectively, but it's not quite a long enough circuit, despite it being the longest of the year, to split it into various sections. So no need for a safety car. It also means that the whole of the field is nullified and brought to a safe speed very, very quickly, almost instantly. As soon as that code 60 message goes out, everybody cuts the power. They have to circulate at no more than, well, dot on 60 kilometres per hour, i.e. code 60, and there's a button, generally speaking, in the cockpit to dictate that speed, and that ensures that the environment is safe for marshals to head down onto track and recover cars where necessary. As far as qualifying was concerned, there wasn't a great deal to do there. However, the marshals were kept busy in the first of the Formula Renault Euro Cup races, particularly at the Rettifilo chicane, if you were around for that earlier on. So they have had to deal with instances, and this is still a relatively small entry, so let's hope that we can stay green for long periods, and there isn't a mileage record distance set so far, because this is the first time Creventic have ever been to Monza, so it's going to be record breaking regardless of what happens, but let's try and set the bar nice and high from the off. First of 2 visits to Italy from the Dutch-based Creventic promoter this season, after calendars had to obviously be hastily rearranged, but we have ended up with a 5-race European season starting at Portimao, and it's going to end in November at Zandvoort.
Now, just in case I confused anybody, we did have the GTX KTM last year, this development car for the GT2. And I think we had the GT4 version as well. We've had that car. Did that not run at Dubai? The GT4. I certainly seem to think we had it somewhere, the KTM GT4. Not one in the same car. Sorry if I gave that impression. I apologise for that. There was some talk of it. A GT3, but that I don't think they they sort of went down that road. We had Mr. Kiska on the radio and on the TV, didn't we, from Barcelona, Jared Kiska, who is the man behind KTM and the very clever designer, at least, of those cars, behind those designs, and I think they were sort of trying to assess the potential for customer cars in various different GT classes, and the GTX is very much trying to take advantage of that new 600-700 horsepower fairly standard road car class now. How the KTM fits into that with its full carbon fibre monocoque and the UR Quattro engine, the inline 5. What a great noise that engine makes. But you've been in a KTM, haven't you? You've been in one of the early open top cars.
Yes.
And I mean, they are effectively, I've driven one of the race versions of those, and they are effectively a race car for the road. They're kind of like a modern Caterham, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And, you know, you'd be hard pushed to find that many creature comforts, I have to say. So if you're looking for a car to, you know, ease back in an armchair or down one of the autobahns, then a KTM's not necessarily for you. But if you just want, you know, straight adrenaline constantly, then fantastic. I mean, yeah, we did a whole trip in Austria for one of the European Le Mans Series events, and it was brilliant entertainment. And, you know, the fact that it was open top as well, so you didn't have the clamshell, you know, you could feel every...
Wind in the hair, bugs in your teeth.
Indeed, and every bump on the road as well was felt. So a great experience, and a true track day car, effectively made into a street car.
And ELMS starting next weekend.
It is.
Ricard.
Absolutely right.
Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer will be our team for that, for the TV and radio for this year. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
It looks like, I mean, it's got a good grid, hasn't it?
37 cars.
Aston Martin have thrown a couple of cars at it to give themselves a little bit of a dust down before they go to Spa for the WEC, so they're going to do Ricard and Spa ELMS. A couple of teams missing as well, and we're never going to criticise them. And I said this in the IMSA competition last weekend, no criticism at all spoken or implied about anybody who decides they don't want to go racing yet or they can't go racing yet. Not at all. What I'd far rather do is just celebrate those who have. Creventic were talking about the 18 cars and teams that went to Portimao 3 weeks ago, a little bit more than that, getting on for a month ago, as almost like trailblazers, and they were. Pioneers was the word that they used, and fair play to them, because they kicked the door back open again of racing and proved that it could be done in a socially distanced manner. Problems for the Huracan Super Trofeo, coughing, spluttering out of the Rettifilio, the first chicane here at Hankook. Well, I wonder if this is one of the reasons we hadn't seen the car so much. They could have just been saving it, in fairness, but he's done a Control-Alt-Delete, I think, and has some forward progress in that Huracan Super Trofeo. And that's an early Super Trofeo as well, because it doesn't have the slightly more aggressive aero kit on, I think. I might be wrong there. I was trying to guess by the inlet on top of the car, but maybe it was a different colour. It's not up to speed though, is it, going around Curva Grande? I don't think he's going to get that home. He's still got about 3 miles to go.
You don't want to be going around the Curva Grande at walking speed when those behind can't see you. Obviously Marshall's will be doing a good job with yellow flags to warn of some incidents, but until you're partway around the corner, you're not going to know there's a Lamborghini crawling along the curb. He's doing a very good job to stay, I was going to say, away from the racing line. The problem is he's found himself on driver's right and now doesn't obviously want to change lines, so staying as close to the inside barrier as possible, inching his way around.
Marshall, sorry, Johnny, you know, Marshall at the post before the De La Roche chicane has got a white flag in his hand because he knows there's a slow-moving car coming. Hasn't got it out yet, but he's already prepared. That's the kind of intra-post communication that's going on there. All right, I've got this bright yellow Lambo coming. It's not going very fast. It is now, though. Is it back up to speed? No, it takes the shortcut through the Variante de la Roche. But it is. That's faster than it was going before, JP.
Yeah, true. Still on some sort of limp home mode.
Code
though.
60.
Okay. Well,
I think that's really sensible at a track that's this fast and that has so many blind corners. Is there another car stop there?
Yes, there is.
There is. It's the car. Is that the car collection?
It's the Renault, isn't it?
No, it's the Renault. It's the RS.
Race leader. It's the
leader
car.
Well, while we were watching and trying to keep up with what was going on with Miro Konopka, that is a smoky RS01 Renault. The marshals are already there, looking under the left rear of the car. They've got the fire extinguisher out as well, and they might give it a little squirt. They're looking to see if there's any lick of flame under there. Konopka's still in the car. Just saw the blue and white there as the Lamborghini limped past. So I think twofold then, the Code 60. One for a slow-moving Super Trofeo Huracan, and straight into the pits, the 101. That was a good bit of timing. Who else got into the pits as well? Herberth, no surprise. Herberth, Klaus Bachler coming in from second place. Well, leading on the road because he'll have gone past Mike Verscheur in the Equipe Verscheur machine and has gone straight in. Now, let me have a look and see. Did he get in? I think he might have got in before the full course purple was called, you know. He might be able to get full fuel. We've only done a handful of laps. 16 laps completed.
Only 3 cars so far. Now make it 4 in the pits. Can only take half amount of fuel. But I think you are right. The 101 managed to sneak in before the Code 60. So
did the 93 get in before the Code 60 as well?
93 did not.
Right, okay.
No. So Klaus Bachler, now in the fueling area, can only take on board half of his fuel allocation. The same goes for Robert Renauer in the number 91. In fact, all 3 Herbert Motorsport Porsches are in, but only after the Code 60 was shown. Mike Verscheur safely out of the Renault RS01, and is he even thinking about getting back on board to take that car, well, to accompany the car on the flatbed? He's not going to drive it because for me there was too much smoke coming out of the exhaust and out of the engine bay in the rear of that car to safely restart it.
Hashtag Blaine Palmer had questioned the reliability. You did.
I honestly thought it might do a bit more than half an hour, I have to say. But, you know, these cars, have proven themselves not to be greatly reliable, bearing in mind the last win we have from one of these cars, 2016. And to be fair, the Renault's already broken new ground because it's the first time we've ever seen an RS01 on pole position in Creventic racing.
And he was setting a cracking pace, and you've got to ask yourself why he felt the need to go that quick.
Yeah.
10 seconds or so up the road from everybody else. David Costner, by the way, came in, and I don't think the bright green AMG GT3 went for fuel. I think they came straight down the pit lane. And as such, they are out and are leading on the road, by my reckoning. Oh, hang on a second. Wochenspiegel team Monschau, have they gone through? I don't think they've pitted, have they? The Wochenspiegel car. No, they haven't. Right, let me wait till they get through another sector then. All of the Manthey cars came in, went for fuel, and are getting what looks to be a new, albeit scrubbed set of Hankook slick racing tyres. 91 will be the last of the three to leave, I think. Or is this Taki just coming down the pit lane now? Yes, it is. He's just come out of fuel. So here comes the 92 with the green markings and the green shade band. The red is the 91, and the 93 is the one that's the completely different livery. Well, this is thrown, if the groundsman allowed any cats here, that would have thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, but he's very particular about no cats here. At our SL_studio, Kev says, I love that 93 Herbert Porsche. I think the 24-hour series definitely has led the way in showing how well racing can adapt in the current situation. Well done to everyone at Creventic and all the teams in what they have achieved, first of all at Portimao and now at Monza. Don't disagree with that, Kev, thank you. As the RS01 gets onto the back of the flatbed. It's a bit nose heavy, that car, by the look of it.
Just a little, yeah. It
the guy's hanging onto it.
Yeah, where they've decided to attach the straps for the flatbed are slightly misaligned. I suppose the cat's desperate to get out amongst the pigeons, but with no safety cars required, we don't need the Jaguar involved.
Very good point.
Here, because it's code 60 only, and the safety car reserved for the Formula Renault Euro Cup.
Guys, don't drop that car. It's very nose down, so they haven't quite got the balance point of that car.
No,
and the poor marshal's going to have to haul the back end, and I'm not sure they can get that arm up on the recovery vehicle high enough to get the nose of the RS01 onto the lorry. Oh, that's going to be very tight. Now, one thing that is different here than many other endurance races, and they have managed just to clear the front end, but only just to clear the edge of the flatbed, is that car would be able to come back. Outside assistance counts for nothing. That's fine. We're in a category of racing where we want to see as many cars on the track running for as long as they can. By the way, the ARC Bratislava car has come into fuel. That has made it back into fuel, but not into the pits yet. So that must have been quite slow. Engine cover being loaded up onto the rollback as well. Here comes the 101 into the pit lane for its stop. Luc Broikers. Now, we think they've taken as much fuel as they could squeeze into that car, JP, because they were in before the code 60 flags came out.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Bratislava car, well, bad news for Miro Konopka, and the trying weekend for ARC carries on. Engine cover off to expose the 5.2 V10 Lamborghini in the pit box, in the garage.
Yeah, but 101, as you say, has been, this is its second stop, so presumably didn't need to go for fuel. However, the purple time now, if you're watching live timing and scoring on livetiming.getraceresults.com, then the stint column, which normally times how long a driver has been at the wheel of any particular car, that changes with a letter P and a colon to the pit stop time. Now, if that P and the pit stop time are purple, you know that they've come in during the code 60, and therefore when they're in the fueling area they can only take on board half of the fuel allocation. That's not a full tank, by the way. Often it's sort of 10 or 20 litres short of a full tank, and far less than that for a code 60. Lambo's back on the move, so that's almost like a plug in the laptop, reset everything and send it.
I think that's exactly what it was, JP. Spot on, mate, because they seemed to know exactly what was going on.
It did strike me as more of an electrical problem than anything else, and something, just misfiring, which has presumably been righted. Now, the Renault...
They have dropped off the lead lap of
the
GT.
Lamborghini has,
the Lamborghini, yeah.
Renault's back on the move, albeit on one of the recovery trucks. I'm just wondering whether, if they've got to do, substantial work to the engine there, the modular nature of the body panels on that Renault will help, because it's not a street car, bear in mind. It's built to be a racing car, so you can strip it down to its tubular space frame very, very quickly.
A little bit of evidence of singeing on the left rear bodywork just beside the left exhaust outlet as that car comes apart. Martin Pearson said, what's the pit lane speed limit? If it's 60 kilometres, surely due to the long Monza pit lane, there'd be no disadvantage to seeing if there's a spot in the fuel bay. From memory, and it has been a couple of years since I was driving in the pit lane, but I think it's normally 40 in the Creventic pit lane, and either 20 or 10 in the environs of and in the fueling area. I was told walking pace in the fueling area.
I normally remember it as sort of 20 kph increments. So you got code 60 as your speed limit during a caution on the track, 40 in the pit lane, regardless of whether we're live or not on the track, and then 20, as you say, in the pit in the fueling area. If it's extra tight, as slow as 10.
Yeah, agreed. Endurance iRacing due to COVID has taught me to think like this, says Martin Pearson. No, absolutely right. The other thing, Martin, is that the fuel station being at the beginning of the pit lane here, I'm not sure whether that helps or hinders, but it does mean you could sort of call in, have a quick look, and if all of the pumps were covered, you could still nip to your pit spot, do your tyres, and then drop into the fuel station next time around under code 60, particularly if you know that there's a recovery vehicle out on track. The advantage of code 60 means you can neutralise the whole racetrack immediately. You don't have to wait for the leader to catch up with the safety car, and coming back out of the code 60, it means that you don't have to wait for the leader to come back around as well. Now the 707 had all its times disallowed in the pre-running because it was not in accordance with the regulations, and that has been served. That then started at the back, but I did not see that car out in qualifying, so whether it wasn't being timed or whether it didn't make it out, I can't answer that, but I'm just looking at the penalty messages. Car 211 Autorama must have had some drama. That's been recovered to the pit, so maybe that car had an issue even before we got going, but it did take the start. That is one of the additional cars. So we're still waiting to get the green light as the Renault RS01 comes back to its pit stall in the pit lane. Now have the... I think we're back to green, are we? Yes, we are.
Yep.
Yeah. So very quickly back to green as soon as that low loader was in the pit lane. So immediately back up to speed. I can see here the car engines. We have got some drivers hanging around the Keep for Sure Renault. Well, a bit of bodywork singeing, but that's the least of their worries. They'll want to know what was happening there. I wonder if that was a sticky injector and they were just pumping too much fuel through and it caught fire, or is it something more fundamental than that? We'll note to keep hold of the back of the car here so that the nose doesn't tilt down. Those lifting loops are, I mean, they've got what? 6 people at the back of that car? 5, 6 people, yeah. Desperately hauling down on it. It's like the end of the Italian Job movies. They're trying to stop the bus going over the edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hang on, lads. I got a great idea.
The name of this game, though, is to protect the integrity of that front splitter, which is so close to the road anyway. And when the car's at 45 degrees, it gets desperately close to being whipped off because there's a little lip on the edge of that flatbed as well, which, I mean, the carbon fibre could be so easily torn by that.
Now I know why it tilts forward. There aren't any hooks and eyes on there. They've linked it through the back, and that's why they took, one of the reasons they took the engine cover. They've hooked it under the back of the rear roll bar structure that's around the engine.
Yes.
So let's. Sorry, Joey, go ahead.
Sometimes there are cars in championships that have the hooks that little loop goes through, carefully positioned down the length of the car to make sure it's level as it's lifted. But you don't have that luxury on a Renault. And as you say, the Marshall's really favouring getting that car clear as quickly as possible. Oh, that's a great way to just loop it through there. We'll try that. And then as soon as they lift it, they think, OK, this isn't ideal.
Maybe that wasn't the best idea.
But we're here now, so just get loads of blokes on the back of it. But it did take an awful lot to get it anywhere near the horizontal.
I've seen it run through the doors before of cars with, the doors slightly open. Yeah. And then on the front of the roll cage. But, of course, the RS01 has got sort of gull-wing doors, so I'm not sure you'd be able to do that.
No, that's a very good point.
It did have one door open, so I wonder if they were considering that. All right, after all that excitement, my guess of the leader has actually proved to be true. And David Gosner in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 2020 Evo is leading the race, and is leading by a goodly margin. They did not fuel. I think they did come down the pit lane, and I'm going to suggest that they have got a new or newer set of Hankooks on than when they started the race, JP. But I'm pretty certain that car didn't take fuel. And I think he's got the better part of a lap on the field at the moment. And I'll see when he comes round at the end of this lap. As he comes through, the gap is... Well, sorry, not that much. It's 34 seconds, though. 34 seconds to Klaus Bachler in second. Jochen Krunbach from Ferrari, the Team Monschau, the Wochenspiegel-sponsored car, is in third, another 2.5 seconds back. Then there's 11 seconds to Daniel Allemann. Now, Daniel didn't start that car, did he? That 91. So that was a driver change in that pit stop for the 91 car, unless they've just made some change to their...
I think Robert Renault was in the start.
I think so.
According to the driver ID at the time, anyway.
Yeah. Writer Engineering Lead GTX in fifth. Laura Kreiheimer has stopped as well. The first car that hasn't stopped is the Nordschleifer Racing Ligier. That one stayed out. Car Collection have been down the pit lane twice. And still showing Elmer Grimm, by the way, driving that car.
Yeah, interesting.
Speed Lover are up to 7th with Gavin Pickering leading the 991 class. And GTX, as I say, has been led by Laura Kreiheimer in 5th overall. So a bit of a change around. In TCR, Autorama, Yannick Mettler leads in the number 1 car, courtesy of not coming to the pit lane. They were dead last before the code 60. And now they have 1 minute and 3 seconds. No, sorry, they have 9 seconds on Fabian Danz for top car, top Cupra. And Fabian Danz in the 131, who has 40 seconds on Vincent Rademacher in the 188 AC Motorsport black and white Audi. And then recovering the Lamborghini Huracan of ARC Bratislava. But crucially for ARC, in terms of the TCE category, they didn't drop off the lead lap in their part of the race, JP. Even with all of those issues. Oh, did they? GTX. No, yes, they must have, because Laura is further up the field. Yes, they did. So, sorry. Just take the last 30 seconds of your life and forget them.
I'm just trying to work out. Laura Kreiheimer's a minute back. And what's not easy to do is actually work out the interval for the Lamborghini Huracan. But I think it was in the pits for so long, it's got to have missed out on a lap in the GTX category. But there's such a long way to go now that even if you've encountered problems this early on, i.e. in the opening 45 minutes, there's always a chance that the other teams in your category, your division, will also encounter similar problems much later on in the piece. So don't get distracted by that. Stay tuned to your race, and very often things can change a little bit further down the line. We've still got 3 hours and 10 minutes to go just today, and then the small matter of 8 hours tomorrow.
So the 746 leading GTX is on the run now down towards Ascari, and the 707 Lamborghini, as Laura Kryhammer sets the car up in that Valvoline colour scheme for Ascari. Where is the 707? I reckon... No, they're not there.
Somewhere in the first sector.
Really?
Is the 707. And Laura is
there
third
it is.
sector.
It's sitting in behind the green 58. You could just see, I was trying to use the tracker there. So either a lap and a half behind or half a lap behind.
Yeah.
So Laura's just going to cross the line to start. I was about to come across the line at the end of 21 laps. There she goes. And what lap is ARC on? 20 laps. Yeah, so it's a lap and a half down, I reckon.
Yeah.
Sorry it took us so long to work that out, dear listener and viewer.
You needed them all to be in the right place on the lap, and as soon as 22 laps appears next to Laura's name and only 20 next to Konopka, then the answer is very obvious, but we needed to just wait for that moment in time. Anyway, out of the Ascari chicane, as I say, Lamborghini's crew, the ARC Bratislava outfit, won't be concerned about that at the moment. You can't think, well, we're only here in this particular race in less than an hour. It's more about, you know, overnight and then heading into the early part of tomorrow. Strategy-wise, you're going to start to think, well, how can we start tomorrow in the best possible way? We've not had the best of getaways in the first part of 12 hours, but it's not irretrievable. And the advantage of being in the three-car field anyway is you're going to get a podium result, but they'd love to be somewhere better than last, i.e. third.
Wow.
So somewhere in the top two would be great.
Klaus Barkley's got a wiggle on. He's taken 6 seconds since the last time I looked out of David Gostner, who leads the race. He has the fastest lap of the race as well, Klaus does, that is, with a 1:50.966. That's an average speed of 187.94 miles an hour. Kilometres an hour, not miles an hour. That would have been ridiculous. Only 2 cars have led so far. Mike Verschoor led the first 16 laps, and from lap 17 onwards, MP Racing, David Gostner in the AMG GT3 Evo. In TCR, Autorama lead in the 112 Golf. Then it's Fabian Dance. Then it's the 188, the black and white Audi RS3, TCR, LMS, RSVP. Heading under the old circuit towards Ascari now. Yannick Mettler behind the wheel of the number 112. That is the leading TCE car. Mettler in that grey, white and red livery that has become so recognisable and has become the cars that we tend to see, Johnny Palmer, at the front of the field when Autorama. No drama, Autorama. Well, actually, that wasn't quite true last year. They seemed to have some drama, but they still managed to have a pretty good season, and they have done for the last couple of years.
Yeah, the Roberto Ferri car running with the number 1 on the side. We've actually got 3 Autorama Motorsport entries this weekend. 2 of the Golf GTI variety, so they're by Wolf Power Racing, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power, and then minus Wolf Power, but still going very nicely, Dario Stanco in his somewhat elderly these days Seat Leon Cup Racer, the V1 DSG boxed Seat Leon. So most of the Seats being rebadged as Cupras these days, but that is still very much a Seat. And we missed it in qualifying, the 211, but great to see that it started the race. And apart from the very early major problems it looks like for Akit Verschoor, otherwise it's the full complement of 22 cars. And I've got the feeling that Verschoor hadn't knocked things on the head. The speed that they were getting that car off the flatbed, they wanted to try and get stuck in, roll the sleeves up and get work started, or at least assess what needed to be done, and then weigh up, you know, time-wise how long that's likely to take, the repair work, and whether there's enough of the race still to go. to return to it. But you can start tomorrow's chunk of the race, even if you haven't done the opening 4 or the majority of the first 4 hours. But you're going to have to start, I think it's 10 laps down if you break Parc Fermé conditions and work on the car overnight. They might think that that's worth doing, because you're getting driver practice, you're getting mileage under the belt of the car as well. Although sadly for that particular Renault, it's barely reached 45 minutes of this endurance race before it's hit problems. The orange Seat then, that isn't the 101, we need to always stamp that into our minds. That's actually Autorama Motorsport Seat Leon then, that carries the same sort of paint job as the Red Camel Jordans.nl car.
I think it's an ex-Red Camel car.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Yeah, they just kept it in that livery. Certainly doesn't look like an Autorama Motorsport car. But yes, I mean, Red Camels will have replaced an old Seat with the Cupra, and that's, I guess, been sold on. So a 3-pronged attack from Autorama this weekend. This car runs in TCX though, rather than the majority of the cars in the TC series, which are the TCR division. And that particular class is led by Yannick Mettler from Fabian Dance, who himself has raced with Autorama from memory in the past. Now with Top Car though, Yannick and Fabian, both Swiss. And Vincent Rademacher for AC Motorsport in that instantly recognisable black and white livery for AC. Their Audi RS3 runs in 4th position. None of those cars are actually the TCE leader though, because the honours that way go to the Ligier JS2 for Nordschleifer Racing. Johan Boris Scheier doing a very good job there to lead the separate race.
Hasn't pitted. Neither that car nor the Autorama 112 with Yannick Mettler came in under the full course purple 211 car, waving around rather worryingly as if they were trying to get something off the tyres there. I wonder if they've had a grassy or a gravelly moment.
Well, I wonder whether there might have been a bit of grass in the grill actually on that Seat. So,
yeah, good point.
Putting 2 and 2 together, maybe we spy a bit of an off-track moment for the other orange TCR car.
How good is it to see that 834 blue BMW with the black engine cover, the black bonnet on it? It doesn't look like a road car because it's got the spoilers on, but it doesn't look much. I've seen more extreme versions of BMW M3s on the street than that car. That is the very essence of Creventic racing, isn't it? It's magnificent, and well done to them for getting that car out to race. And they'll be having a ball.
Oh yeah.
Hello, what are you doing this weekend? I haven't decided yet. I might go get my hair cut because they've opened. I've got some library books to take back, an oboe lesson. That's what his friends might be saying. I'm racing at Monza, mate. Racing at Monza in my BMW.
Hey.
Yeah? Hey.
Try and beat that.
Yeah. Are you watching the Grand Prix this weekend? No, I'm racing myself.
At a Grand Prix track.
Yeah, at Monza, in the Royal Park. Extraordinarily, this track only took a couple of years to build, which I find remarkable. The woodland setting of the Royal Villa of Monza Park.
Well, I'm guessing it was a park before the circuit arrived.
Yes.
And therefore, a lot of the infrastructure is in place already, as in routes in and out. And then you choose the route of the circuit according to the geography of the place already. So maybe there wasn't a great... early stages, you're not looking at a Grand Prix style or standard of venue. You're just trying to set up the simplest format of track with a few codes out, maybe.
Well, 3,500 people built it. From sorry, when I said 2 years,
3 days.
3 months actually.
3 months,
May,
okay.
June, and July 1922. I said 3 years there. Excuse me. The Milan Automobile Club found the money and created what was then called the SIAS, the Society Incremento Automobilismo e Sport, so Motoring and Sport Encouragement Company. Isn't that fantastic? I'm going to encourage you to go motor racing. Go and do it now, please.
Yeah.
Do it for your country. Excellent stuff. Excellent. And of course, in those days, not too long after that, they built the big oval. They had the race of 2 worlds, what was called MONZA and after Monza in Indianapolis, the Americans came over. Then you had to, then when you did the both circuits, of course, you had to remember which part of the lap you're on. Am I coming off to go on the thing this year? Am I going straight on? Right, yeah. In has come the 211, so whatever the weaving about was going on, maybe it was the portent of some tyre problems, because they have a single Hankook tyre out for the 211, and it was Dario Stanko who brought that car in. Still looking good, that Seat Leon. I'm not sure that's a Seat Leon Cup racer. Well, I think that might be a TCR car, but I'll go with what it says. I would have thought a version 1 Seat Leon Cup would have been the previous shape to that car, but
With the boot?
no, but with a rounder front end.
Okay.
If it is, I would say it's had a later front end put on with the day notice headlights in, and and it's also got the more, and I'll say that, and half the people who listen won't know, with the Group 5 type arches on, which I do love the TCR cars for. Cupra versus Autorama VW. Both of those cars built by Cupra Sport. Cupra is a brand in its own right now and are producing their own cars, not just hotted up versions of Seats. They're very keen to tell you, and there will be some unique Cupra models as well, although they do Cupra versions that also are turned out as Seat versions. Apparently there are some unique versions in the pipeline with the bronze logo on the front end, but the RS3 Audi TCR, the Golf GTI TCR and the Cupra TCR are all on the MQB platform, the medium-sized street car platform from Volkswagen AG, and therefore they all have the same floor plan, and they are all built at Cupra Sport on behalf of the different manufacturers. All right, time with an hour. Where's the hour gone? That was 10 minutes. Guys in the truck, it can't be. It is an hour. I'm being told in my ear it is an hour. Let's start at the front of the field then with the GT3 from MP Racing. Thomas Gaukner, who did come in for tyres, but I don't think he's taken any fuel in that MP Racing car. Is being closed down for the lead. Do you know what? He's held on to 28 seconds for the last few laps. Close back, they got down from 34 to 28. But he's holding on to that. In the TCX category, it's Nordschleifer Racing who lead in 11th position. In TCR, Autorama are leading. And what was the other one? GTX, it is Reiter Engineering. And I'll give you the top positions in the GT and TCE versions of the races in just a second or two. As across the line goes Speed Lovers Porsche with a bit of damage to the front end of that car, which looks like it might have been partially fixed with a bit of racer tape. Nick Damon would be very happy with that. Hello, Nick. I know you're tuned in watching this afternoon. Nick doing his homework. He's racing and commentating this weekend in the Spa 24 All GT3 race online in iRacing, and we've got Ben Constantiouris and Nick doing the comms as well.
Just trying to work out whether the lower lip of that front splitter is starting to waggle a little bit as well.
That's awful as well on a Porsche.
Yeah,
I know I've said this before, but it's an 1.5 inch rubber strip that clips on underneath the front valance, and you would think it would make no difference at all in a cup car, and yet it goes. You just can't get it to turn. Well, ARC back out and running after a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete, and now a more regular pit stop for that car. This is the Lamborghini 707, which was started by Miro Konopka. They've had their problems Miro came in after just 16 laps with a cough and a splutter, and then has gone out and done, I think, what, 5 more laps. But I would have thought they could do more than 20 laps at a time. Maybe they're just going to an hour. David Gostner came in after 17 laps, but as I say, I'm pretty certain he missed the fuel station. Maybe it was full. 2 of the pumps were out of action earlier on as well, I did notice from race control, so that may have contributed to a bit of confusion. Yeah, I see Bratislava going out again. Klaus Bachler's been in from the start, so he's now done 21 laps, coming to complete his 22nd. Johan Boris Scheier in the Nordschleife Ligier has not been in the pit lane, and he's done 20 laps straight through, as has Yannick Mettler, seat above, in the leading 112 Autorama TCR. And they are battling, those 2 cars. There's 40 seconds between them, but they're battling for the lead in the TCE, the touring car endurance part of the race. I'll say this again, I mentioned it earlier on. Why is the Ligier, which is quite obviously a coupe GT car, in the TCE battle? It's all about lap times for that little car, just to give everybody a chance to have a proper race.
Yeah, and what I don't know is whether there's a bit of balance of performance weaved into that as well to slow the Ligier down where necessary. I mean, everybody in the TCR division of the TCE race knows the target's not to necessarily beat the Ligier. It is to try and win your individual class. However, you know, again, question marks as whether that Ligier can do the race distance. A little bit like the Renault RS01, because they're built to be sprint cars, one-make sprint cars, and still very early on in the development life of that JS2. So if he can get to the finish tomorrow evening, then fabulous tick in the copybook there. But I think maybe its time at the head of the order might be limited. I'll be made to eat my words there. I'm sure it'll come home, you know, 3 laps ahead of everything else. But let's wait and see. Going very strongly at the moment, though, in the hands of Johan Boris Scheier.
At RSL_studio, information coming in about the 211. The internet, says Josh Barrett, suggests that car was a Red Camel machine and finished second in 2016 in the Silverstone 24 hours. And if you remember, the car that won that race started right at the back after having all kinds of drive shaft issues.
Yes.
And that was the Roll Centre car. It was the Roll Centre BMW, wasn't it?
Was that the year when we had a 12-hour GT race at the same time on the same track as the 24-hour TCR race? Remember, as one came to an end, the other one started effectively. Well, there was an overlap.
There was an overlap, wasn't there? I can't remember.
They flagged the GT race halfway through the TCR race effectively because they couldn't run overnight because of the sound issues, the sound restrictions at Silverstone at the time. But I do remember Roll Centre being in either that race or the one after it, I think it was.
In comes the Gostner car. Now this, I think, is their first. It must have gone in for fuel this time. So they will have given up the lead. When Herbert comes round, Tom, it's great, isn't it? Because they've just had to put the first names on. Thomas, Manuela, Corinna. Very good. So you have a load of room on there. And David, and then Giorgio S.
Yes.
Giorgio S. on the end for Sarangiato. Very good. I like that. Big high fives from the rest of the family as David Gostner has done his first hour of racing. I'll be very happy with that. Now, if that then, that's quite a good bit of data for us. So he came in at the end of lap number 22, I reckon. So is that what we think a GT3 car can do? A couple of warm-up laps and 22 laps. All right, there was a bit of code 60 there. That's something that we need to start watching.
Agreed.
A little bit over an hour, but then again, there was some code 60 in that. So I'm going to start looking around 20 to 20, 19, 20, 21 laps then for the GT3 cars around here.
Yeah, one formation lap to add into that, I suppose. And as you say, 1 or 2 have had tops of half fuel halfway through the race, or what do we have, sort of 30 minutes into it. But yes, if a GT car can do roughly an hour, that might make our calculations somewhat easier to do as well. Bearing in mind an awful lot of this place is full throttle, so you're burning more fuel than other tracks we visit. Also 5.8 kilometres, the longest. It's even longer than Dubai, this place, although you wouldn't think it looking at the track map, because it's relatively simple with its 2 chicanes, or 3 chicanes when you count the Ascari run, although that's much faster than the Rettifilo and Della Roggia chicanes.
2018 was the split race as Adam Wareham. I was there. Roll Centre had problems in that race. 2016 was the first Creventic year with a 40-strong touring car field. So thank you to Adam for that. Yeah.
Indeed. The KTM GTX concept heads out of the Della Roggia chicane on towards the 2 Lesmos then. And it disappears in amongst the trees to further emphasise exactly where this place is. Just a stone's throw from Monza's town centre. And this park very much part of the town centre entertainment, really. It's so easy to partake in a bit of exercise through the week. And if you choose to do it on a Friday, Saturday or Sunday and there's a race meeting on, then you soon know that you've got company. But it is fabulous to have Monza back in action after the best part of 5 months of complete silence here, sadly.
Yeah.
Once again, the echo of race cars through the trees, through the barriers, returns. And a very special year to come for Autorama Nazionale di Monza in 2 years' time. Big year 2023 for the Le Mans 24 Hours, but a year before that we'll celebrate the centenary of Monza. And
Good point.
delighted that their centenary year wasn't affected by COVID-19. We keep our fingers crossed that it stays that way, but I'm sure plans are still afoot for a big year in 2 years' time there.
Here at Monza.
Here at Monza.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the cancellation of the Le Mans Classic this year, which is boo hiss, is really good news, because it does mean that the Le Mans Classic is now moving to the odd years instead of the even years.
So they won't run it back-to-back years to realign it?
No. I was talking to the Peter organisation and Travel Destinations, travel partners. I was talking to Richard Webb about this, and he had the same conversation. And they said they won't run it back-to-back, so it'll be 2021, then 2023 for Le Mans Classic. So they will have a 100th anniversary version of Le Mans, the 24 Heures, and then of Le Mans Classique as well. And the other big advantage to that is Monaco Historique, which is the other big historic excitement, side by side, running down to the Parabolica, and that is, I think, a battle for position there, is it? That's the 52 car. No, it's not, because that's dropped off the lead lap because of its long stop. But that was the Herbert car just going around. Yeah, Monaco Historic are going to go to next year, but then they're going to go back to back, so they will go back to being the even years. So they'll do 21 and 22 and then stick at the every other year. Yep. So it means that finally, one of the few good things to come out of COVID is that we get Classic Le Mans and Monaco Historiques on alternating years.
Okay.
Which is fabulous.
Yeah.
Because for me, that is just brilliant.
Well, it means that, logistically it's a lot better if you want to run in both events, I suppose, to not have them in the same calendar year, not have them relatively close to one another as well. And yeah, you've got a classic race weekend to look forward to every year.
Correct.
One on, one off.
And then, of course, you've still got Silverstone Classic, Goodwood Festival of Speed, which should have been this weekend as well. Hello to Ian Rogers in Dubai. He says, "Oh, you guys have sorted this out perfectly for me. Part 1 of this Monza race finishes just before we start the 5th round of our ZRT Motorsport Zoom quiz." Good luck in that, Ian. I don't know whether you're asking questions or answering them, but if you're answering them, have a good one. Lovely weather in Dubai the last few days, up there in the high 30s Celsius, 38, 39. Very nice. Very nice indeed. 45, I'm being told. That's a bit too hot. Stay inside, Ian. Don't go out. Don't whatever you do, don't go out. You'll burn to a crisp in a picosecond.
45 degrees. Wow. Suits some people though. They thoroughly enjoy that sort of temperature.
That would be probably enough for shade just to take off the top layer of jumpers.
Possibly. And one scarf. Out of the second Lesmo goes the car collection Audi that started at pace. Elmar Grimm still the only driver down as actually running in that. My money was on it, Max Edelhoff for the opening stint, because he overtook Robert Renauer. Now, Elmar Grimm's no slouch, don't get me wrong, but Max Edelhoff generally is a little quicker when it comes to the quali laps. They stick him in to position the car well on the grid. It started from 4th place, and by the first pit stops, admittedly they were earlier than expected because of code 60, that car was up to 3rd position. And it's still motoring round at a very good speed, currently in 6th place, and a best lap, just get the right line, of a 152.6. But Klaas Bakkela is 1.5 seconds, or has been 1.5 seconds faster than that earlier on in the race, and is now nearly up to 30 seconds as an advantage over the Jochen Krumbach driven Ferrari from Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau. 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches occupy 3rd and 4th. So Aleman ahead of Taki Konstantinou, the Greek. Then you've got Laura Kryhammer for Reiter Engineering in the KTM Concept. Still class leading in GTX. The GT4 class leader is the BMW M4 from MDM Motorsport. Now that's the one with the Lowe's sponsorship on the rear. I was misidentifying that early on with the JR Motorsport BMW, but they are very different actually. One's an M3, one's an M4, and MDM Motorsport driven by Tim Coronel, car 450, leads the GT4 category. Gavin Pickering in the Speed Lover Porsche is in 8th place, and the last of a long line of GT Series cars then that occupy the top few positions on the timing screen. And then you've got a solid block of TCE cars, 7 of them, with the Ligier JS2R actually ahead of all the TCRs, but that's going to develop more so to swing towards the TCR category, I reckon. But the Golf of Autorama well and truly in the mix, with the Cupra from Top Car Sport, the AC Motorsport Audi, and the other Cupra from Red Camel Jordans.nl. So all with the same power plant, the VW, the Cupra and the Audi, with the 2-litre VW engine in the front, and all based on the same floor plan as well, those cars, but they look very, very different, adding great variety. And it's fantastic to have a different body shape and a very different body build from the Honda Civic represented this weekend as well. We had basically all VAG cars at Portimao, didn't have the Honda, but it's a welcome addition to the entry list this weekend.
Couple of people asking on Twitter at RSL_studio, what's the situation with the what is the situation with the RS01? And well, it's back in the pits and it's probably being worked on. Next question, will it be allowed to restart if it was fixed? Answer would be yes, of course. And then the third question is, where would it start? Well, obviously it's going to start many laps down tomorrow, but it would be at the back of the GT portion of the field. It wouldn't go at the back of the whole field, it would go back to the back of the GT field, because we have a split start here. Now, in addition, if they had to work overnight, you heard Johnny mentioning earlier on, if they have to work on it overnight and break the Parc Fermé conditions, it would get another 10-lap penalty. But frankly, then they're so far down, they might just decide to work on that anyway, just to get the car out and in a good situation, if they can get it out and get that car running again. I have a feeling they will give it a shot, because the guys are very, very emotional racers, and they would like, I'm sure, to be out there. It's a Porsche that leads from a Ferrari, from two Porsches from a KTM. Now 5th position for Lord Kryhammer. Then the Audi of Car Collection. Then Tim Coronel in the BMW GT4, the only GT4 out there. Then the leader in the 991 Cup class. That's Speed Lover, Gavin Pickering, been in that car since the start as well. Speed Lover seem to have split their strategies with their cars. Where's the other Speed Lover car? It's the 978 of Gav. And the 979 is now Rolf Leitart. So that's a driver change, and they've been down the pit lane. So they've dropped, I think they've dropped at least nearly 2 laps actually. A lap and a half. 93 across the line, that's the blue, and it's sort of a reddy orange, isn't it, on that car? It's not a dark, certainly not a dark Maserati red, it's not even really a scarlet. There's orange on there as well. But it's neither, is it, Etruscan orange and your typical eggshell blue and Etruscan orange of a well-known oil company. So it's a sort of a hybrid colour scheme. It's very, very attractive as it goes past the 979 of Speed Lover into the Variante della Roggia. I bet Bradley's watching this afternoon. He loves Monza.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's actually ever been to Monza before. I think this was potentially, had we gone to the track and actually reported from there live, that was to be his first visit, I think.
Wow.
I remember, I mean...
Has he not been to a Grand Prix there? He must. I bet he went there.
Maybe. But I mean, I was with him when he first went to Imola, and, you know, he's a massive Ayrton Senna fan, so obviously to go, you know, make the pilgrimage for all the wrong reasons to Imola and visit the memorial there for the great Brazilian was, you know, heart in mouth stuff, and I was really looking forward to going to Monza as well, because I mean I've only been to Monza for the first time in recent years when ELMS started going there. What was that, 2 years ago? But it is, as you say, a real cathedral of speed and one to tick off. Maybe you're right, maybe he has been for a Grand Prix in the past, but was properly looking forward to Creventic's first visit, as we all were. Great that it's actually happened, but a real shame that a crowd can't be included. It will be, don't get me wrong. You know, next year, year after, whenever it happens, we'll get a crowd to Monza for Creventic Racing.
And I'm not being disparaging at all as the 175 goes through in its very bright colours of NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten, and it is Harry Hilders who's been in that car since the start. That is a DSG version of the Cooper. There is a sequential car as well, slightly different gearboxes there. I'm not being derogatory here, but Creventic Racing and motor racing in general, I think is one of the sports that suffers the least from not having a crowd there. Football, tennis, cricket, certainly. I've been watching the test match over the last few days, although not today. Obviously I'll catch up with that later on. Even with the piped-in crowd noise, just isn't the same. And looking at empty grandstands isn't the same. And it must be awful for the players, because the crowd is so much of part of what generates the atmosphere inside the stadium. But motorsport, it's the cars that generate the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And as I say, I'm not being disparaging at all to Creventic, but we wouldn't have had a full. Well, we might have coming back after COVID, but we don't, generally speaking, other than Dubai, have full grandstands. Oh, and round about 11:30 at night at Barcelona for some bizarre reason, everybody turns up after dinner on Saturday night. So I'm not sure it affects it that much, to be honest, in terms of the spectacle and how it affects the drivers. I'm not sure. They're still getting cheered by their teams. Into the pit lane for the 131 top car, red, white and green Cupra. Looks like a new drinks bottle as well for Fabian Dans. Fabian's out. Fabian's black helmet is out, so that car now pulls away. I love the way the TCR cars, given that they've got 330 and more horsepower, given how aggressive they look, I love the desperately understated way they pull over the pit.
Yeah.
it's like I'm just pulling out of the supermarket petrol station, isn't it?
Yeah, they certainly don't sound as good pulling away from the pits as they do streaming past on the main
Oh,
straight
yeah.
when they're in full song.
It's 7,500 revs
But
and
it's
everything's bouncing.
It's an understated rejoin, definitely. And then you realise quite how much power they've got under the right foot as they accelerate out of the pit lane. But yeah, it's good to have the Honda there, which sounds very different from the Cupras, the VWs and the Audis as well.
And you made the point, of course, that those are all using the same four-cylinder VAG.
That's right.
The group engine, if you will, whereas the Honda is obviously using a Honda engine, so it does make a different sound. The green accoutrement to the 92 car, that's tacky. Constantiniu for Herbert. Herbert in the top 3 positions. Who'd have thunk it? But it's the 93, it's the new car that leads by 40 seconds after a cracking drive by Klaus Bachler. He, I think, still has the fastest lap as well. Yes, he does. Put that in back on lap number 7. He became the 3rd leader of the race when he took over on lap 29. A keep Vacher, laps 1 to 16, then 17 to 28 MP Racing. And so we've had Renault, AMG and Porsche as leaders of the race.
Yeah, Klaus Bachler was racing with Herbert Motorsport last year, certainly at the Portimao event, and turned a lot of people's heads with his pure pace in qualifying, getting pole position by a considerable margin. I'll probably tell you how large that was actually. It was only 0.3 of a second. However, they did pip to the post the Ferrari, which had its own way at Portimao several times previously. So yeah, for the 93 car to rock up then with Edward Lewis Browner, Stefan Aust, Klaus Rader and Hans Wehrmann joining Klaus Bachler, it's a much scaled down driving lineup, but bear in mind Portimao last year was 24 hours. This is a split 12 hours, so you can comfortably do it with just the 3 drivers. And Klaus Bachler then very quick in qualifying, but not the quickest. That honour going the way of the Renault, which is currently though in the garage with reliability problems. We're still trying to ascertain exactly what the problem is there.
Bit
and
of
whether
a
we'll see
fire
that car
at
again.
wasn't there? Some description, whether it was just unburnt fuel. 226. Left rear puncture for the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. And that car's been limped back in by Jochen Krumbach. He's got it back. And, is there a bit of worry about fire there as well? Or are they just cleaning the screen? No, they're just cleaning... I think they're just cleaning the screen, but they've got a bit overexcited with the screen cleaner. And left rear, Hankook in tatters. New tyre ready to go on. They're leaving that one till last, smartly, because that wheel and rim in particular will be very hot indeed. Having a look underneath the rear wheel arch to see what happens. Well, as the car came in, there was a bit of smoke coming off that car. And
it's the other side of the car.
This
massive fire there.
Yes, absolutely.
Flash
there
fire.
Was. Flash fire. Now, that's when the fuel hose has gone in, JP.
Okay.
So that's why we got fire extinguishers. Great pick up by the guys on the replay. I was going to say on tape, but you know what I mean. Guys in the truck. Thank you, our team of 021.
Yeah, we thought they were just being over exuberant with the soap suds to make sure the windscreen was suitably clean. Actually, the guy then's just rubbing extinguisher into the windscreen. But I suppose the new driver's got to see the end of the pit lane in order to rejoin the race safely. And they're going to
hang on. I can't have been fuel. They don't fuel in the pit lane.
You're right. That's come from the exhaust then, has it?
I have no clue. How very odd. How very odd indeed.
Okay.
We've been talking about the Ligier, the 226 car, the GS2R silhouette car as it is. This is effectively the spiritual successor to the GS2 that I remember running in Le Mans trim in the mid-1970s, came second in 1975. Before you were born, Johnny.
Certainly was.
The chassis is a tubular chassis with fiberglass bodywork with a ZF centrifugal twin disc clutch and a 6-speed manual, sequential gearbox rather, and diff. It's a 3MO transverse engine with a big mid-engine car. Pneumatic gear shift and a paddle shift, electric power steering, and driven by an engine that has been used in a number of different applications in motor racing. It's the Ford V6 3.7, which I think is the same basic architecture as the G55 Ginetta.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. It's about 330 horsepower. Brembo 4-piston discs and 18-inch rims. We've got another full course purple. So, what has happened out on the track? Who has stopped? Klaus Bachler's just come in for Herbert and got into fuel, and again I think he's got in time to get full fuel. This is the Herbert way, isn't it? If you're going to get a purple flag and code 60, then get in as soon as you can. Debris on the track at the Parabolica, I'm hearing from race control. Thank you. Debris on the track at turn 11, the Parabolica. So that has been upgraded from a yellow flag to a full course purple.
Could be the remains of a Hankook tyre from the Ferrari, number 22 maybe. I'm still trying to piece together why that fire happened. I don't understand whether it's a fuel line that's gone, but why would they then send the car?
Do you think maybe that the fuel filler hadn't latched shut properly?
And you got hot fuel pouring down the side of the car, maybe from a full tank.
And when it stops,
yes,
it goes on to a brake caliper, whoosh.
Yes, yeah, that might.
Or a hot exhaust. I don't know.
Yeah, because bear in mind, as
guessing,
we pieced it together, but fueling, unlike Portimao, takes place.
Of course, stupidly, I'm still in IMSA mode, and I'm thinking the fuel hose will have gone on as soon as he come to a halt.
I never thought any different either when you said, "Oh, that's where the fuel's been detached." Of course, it is. That's always how fires happen, generally in the pit lane. But of course, the car's very, very hot anyway. It's done a whole stint and more. And as you said, hot brakes, or even just trickling onto a hot exhaust could ignite fuel if, as you said, the fuel cap has not latched or closed correctly.
And that's
There's
another
left
rear. Another left rear problem.
On the race leader, 93, is that?
Yes, it was the race leader. Daniel Alleman's gone through to lead for Herbert. And so the 93, the mainly eggshell blue car, getting its purple rims on.
Yeah.
Which German team did we decide that they'd come from?
Iron Force.
It was Iron Force. Well remembered.
Yeah.
Well remembered. John Mayer. Hello, John. He said possibly fuel overflow that hit the brake disc on that side when the tyre was removed. It's as good a guess as any. To be honest, John, no fuel in the pit lane, of course. So, despite the fact it's not long since these cars have been in, Herbert doing what Herbert normally do and have brought the cars in again. Now, did Alleman go around, or did he just time his pit stop perfectly? Here's the car collection machine.
Bachler got in before the code 60, so they will have been able to do full fuel on the 93.
That's twice, I think, on that car they've done that.
Preempted the caution then, or just lucky. I mean, how do you preempt it if it's just debris at the Parabolica? How do you know that that's going to happen?
93's been taken over by Stefan Gurig.
Yeah.
And that car is out. Out goes the KTM, brought in by Laura Kreiheimer, who was in third, by the way, when she came in. Stefan Racina goes out. That same Stefan Racina who used to drive Ferraris?
I can check for you. That's easily done.
I just have these things that pop into my head, Johnny, that
Yeah.
are, sometimes completely unconnected. But I've seen Racina's name against another sports car other than a KTM down through the years. At RSL_studio, your thoughts about the first 90 minutes or thereabouts? Not even to halfway through the first part of this race. Everybody coming out the pits assiduously staying to the right of the pit blend line.
Got a long relationship with Reiter Engineering, Stefan Racina.
So I'd have seen him in a Lamborghini then.
Gallardo's.
Yes.
In the early 2010s.
With Peter Cox.
Almost certainly.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's have a look. Shared drive, Racina with...
So it had the sort of shape of the car, right? Just the wrong...
Darrell O'Young he's raced with in the past.
The Hong Kong connection there.
Yes. And prior to that, lots of Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland.
Okay. Well, it's very... as we go back to green.
Raced with Team Bratislava, if it's the same Bratislava, in the mid-2000s actually. Things like the Spa 24 Hours in Porsche, so fair bit of GT experience. But as I say, the Reiter connection goes back 10 years or so with the Lamborghinis. And that's who he's racing with now, of course, with the KTM GTX concept. So Stefan is Slovakian, from Punchov in Slovakia. Taking a break from... Actually, it's been out of motorsport for a fair time.
Yeah.
Last raced in 2016 for GRT Grasser, again with the Lamborghini connection, but not done any racing since then, as far as I can tell.
Johnny Palmer with the stats. John Hindhaugh with the mumbling garbage. The musing. Let's call it musing. I'll be a little bit...
There's a fair bit of garbage coming from my corner of the room as well.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You always know what you're talking about. I just have these unconnected thoughts that pop into my head for no reason
at
all.
That's why we love you. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Mike Widdowson says, I might have missed it, but what's happened to the 85 CP Racing AMG? Saw it in photos from yesterday, but not on the circuit. I would suggest that their crew, being all-American, can't get to Europe at the moment because of lockdown. They are all-American, but all very much doing other things, and spending 2 weeks in quarantine to get to Europe to race a car, to come back and potentially have to, well, actually, on the way back, the quarantine is recommended by the CDC in the US, not mandatory. But certainly I would think that would make life a little bit difficult. Had they only asked, I'm sure I could have, found two of the people to go down there and race that AMG for them.
I'm sure you could.
I'd have been happy to have the stars and stripes on my helmet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no problem. We'll race for food. That's me. Actually, we'll just race for anything. For anything at all. I can't believe this year I haven't had a single race so far. It's extraordinary. We're already in July. Normally I get a race earlier in the season somewhere and then look forward to maybe one or two towards the end of the year. My licence is pristine and sitting in my go bag. Never go to a track without it, mind you. I always reckon you can buy, beg, borrow or loan items of race kit, but if you haven't got your licence, there's no starting point there, is there?
That's true.
I have been known, and the responsible adult will bear this out, to throw some of the more important bits of race kit, like underwear, into the bag when I'm going to a track, just in case.
Well, you don't want to be sharing that, do you? Or
well, I know you'd buy it.
The spare,
you'd be buying it. You'd buy it.
There's a spares box.
Yeah, exactly. You buy that, but I've got so used to using Valero temperature controlling underwear, and as being somewhat less fit than I should be to drive a racing car, and somewhat advanced in years, the difference that makes is extraordinary. Give that a good workout at in the triple-digit Fahrenheit heat of Quarter a few years ago now. I believe that was 2016. 2017 that was.
No, time's ticking along.
There was me thinking, that's it, I'm on my way. GT driver now. Well, moved on since then. Done some radical racing. Moved on to the prototypes now, so...
I see, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see your steps through
Yeah.
the various categories.
Ladder.
Progress being made.
Yeah, ladder progress. So it's, LMP1 next.
I see.
I'm waiting for the call.
Yeah. Well, there can't be that many people trying to get into LMP1
No,
right now.
I wouldn't think so. Nah, hardly anybody at all, to be
You'll be
honest.
straight through.
Straight through.
The 92 Porsche is still carrying those Channel 7 logos, I noticed, because of the connections from earlier on in the year. Dubai and Will Bamber and Jürgen Haring's branding across the nose of that car, which is fourth. So third of the 3 Herbert Motorsport Porsches. Not bad when you look at 3 cars in the top 4, and the only one then ahead of it is that Reiter Engineering KTM, which has rejoined the race with Stefan Racina at the wheel. Not strictly or not at all a GT3 car, and you would expect therefore on pace for that Porsche to be able to catch up. It's only 4 seconds behind the Reiter Engineering KTM.
The best lap times of those cars are pretty close together, actually. The KTM with a 52.9, 52.6. 53.4 for the KTM and 52.9 for the Porsche chasing it down. So not that far off, half a second. But at the moment, running 54.0 for the KTM, 55.8 for Jürgen Haring. So, that's down to the driver as well. Not everybody's going to be driving at the pace of the pro drivers in the squad. And a nice mix of pros and AMs as ever throughout these cars. Daniel Alleman leading, Swiss driver. Daniel, who's been part of the Herbert Motorsport setup for quite some time. Thoroughly enjoys his motor racing. Is he classed as a pro and arm in that car, Alleman? He must be classed as an arm, is he? Or is he a intermediate?
He is bronze rated by the FIA.
Right,
so
okay, very good.
he is an arm.
Well, he's a very good bronze driver then in that case. Very aggressive, drives hard, likes the curbs. But those Porsches down through the years have been able to take that kind of stick. And he's never that far off the twins, the Alleman brothers, the Renard brothers. Hello to Safe Phil, who was listening to Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. He said, what happened to the BTCC news was promised? And we didn't have time for it, Phil, to be honest. We were too busy previewing this race. If you missed it, Jason Plato and Matt Jackson won't be doing the BTCC this year. Both having stepped aside for at least this season, coming on the heels of the withdrawal of Andrew Jordan. They called him Mike.
Easily done.
Well, it tells you how long ago since I've been doing BTCC TV. The last time that I did it, when I was standing in for Ben Edwards, I did 2 race weekends, one at Rockingham and one at Donington. And I was talking to Mike on the onboard when we were in full course yellow.
Yeah.
And Mike was asking us how badly damaged the car was. Could we have a look at it on the telly? No, it looks all right to me, mate. It's nearly straight. Oh, all right, cracking. I'll not bother coming in then. So that was that, Phil. And we were also going to fit in some Formula E news. That was Sam Bird moving to Jaguar Racing after the season, which is all taking place at Berlin Tempelhof Airport. It's 3 events, 6 races, 9 days, all in the same place on 3 different circuits, isn't it, I think? The way that works. It's like having a big scale X-Race. Do you think we can get a standard in there, or are we going to need an inner? Oh no, I've twisted it now. Look what it's going to do. It's going to flick people off into the table leg. Can't have that. I'm sure that won't be the case. I'm sure they've worked it out. Get Bradley on the case. He's minted building scale X-Trix track. Herbert in the pit lane, and that's the Alleman car. And that's in the fuel area, right at the start of the pit lane. You don't actually drive out of the pit lane to do the fueling here. And I think one of the team was running down there. So that's the leader in the pit lane. Alleman then. in for his stop. And through goes Stefan Gehrig for the 93 car. So the blue and orange car back into the lead. And the Writer Engineering car will be through in about another minute or so. And has gone through. Racina to second. For the GTX leader, it's only 13 seconds from the lead. And the thing is, Laura Kryhammer was getting great pace and good fuel mileage out of that little KTM. Wow, what a turn up that would be if that car was somewhere near, even at the end of the first 4 hours of this race, JP.
Oh yeah, mightily impressive to this point, and we're nearly at half distance for this chunk of the race. And yeah, you can't overlook that for a good result, well in the mix within the GT Series race. And remember, GT Series combines, what is it, 4 classes: GT3, GTX, 991 and GT4. Yeah, so 4 different classes all within the same race, totaling 11, 12, 13, 14 cars. But yeah, I'm not sure whether anybody quite expected the KTM to be so far up the order and competing with these 3 Porsches. The Audi's not out of it yet either, with Dr. Kerkhoff now driving the 34. So we have got a driver change finally, or at least according to the driver IDs. Still a bit of a question mark as to who did the opening stint for Car Collection Motorsport. But Johannes Kerkhoff definitely at the wheel now. Daniel Alleman still, his car being frantically worked on. It's
Alleman's out of the car.
Okay.
That was Alleman in the background, I think. Pretty certain. Sorry, I looked away at the important moment. That new shape for the Cup car just really looks stunning. For the GT3 car, does look stunning. And that big wide wing, that's a proper Porsche race car, that, isn't it? And the strip across the back, so very good indeed. So who took over then? It was Ralph Bowen that got in the 91. Sorry, missed that. As I say, I was looking at the Twitter at the time, at RSL_studio. Missed the news earlier on and you haven't caught it. The Formula 1 calendar has been extended by at least one more race, and Tim Gray, ding, 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 he gets the points. I think 3 weeks ago he was talking about Mugello. There was some degree of guffawing from other experts when it was suggested. And even Nick Damon and I went, oh, lovely idea. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, it's not. Is it a grade? It is a grade, isn't it? It's a grade 1. Yeah. Apparently it's a grade 1. Yeah. Okay, then Ferrari did a bit of testing on it. And Sebastian Vettel said, oh, the car goes pretty well here, so maybe we should have a Grand Prix. And all of us, no, I'm not, that's... But I tell you, I've got to give Tim Gray some credit. He was all over that 3 weeks ago, nearly a month ago, in fact. Very good, well, and it has been confirmed today.
I remember just about a month ago when we were covering the Portimao 24 hours, Nick and I were talking about, how Formula 1, it was almost like they'd had their eyes open to a Creventic calendar. Yeah. Just sort of thought, cool, they go to some good tracks. And they're not outside of the EU, so therefore easy for us to get to post-COVID. So could we go to Imola again? Could we go to Portimao? Could we go to Mugello?
Well, and Toto Wolff, of course, has great experience of Creventic, a winning driver of the Dubai 24 going back down through the years.
Yes, absolutely. 24 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, for BMW back in those days. And yeah, but I think Mugello will be great. It is going to be, I think it'll be great to watch. Look, very few teams will have, other than Ferrari, will have any data there. Nobody's had the new cars there. Nick seems to think that it'll be a sub 80-second lap, so it's going to be very, very quick indeed. Which, if that is true, is going to make it. I get dizzy very quickly. This is what we think of as the slower corners for GT cars. I was saying earlier on, I watched some onboard that James Collado sent me of a 2009 car, and it was third and fourth through what I was trying to call chicanes, and Bradley in the Formula 1 preview rightly said, well, it's just S's at that point, isn't it? In third and snatching fourth as they were going through it. And, that was, as I say, a 2009 car, which sounded fantastic. But I think it's great. I think, you know, Formula One have got to look at it. You know, they want to get to 15 races. Nick's banging on about this. 15 races is the minimum for the TV money not to have to be returned. So they rather have that as a target in the distance. What about Dubai in the Middle East leg? I'd love to see Formula One at Dubai. It's what it was built for, never got it. Rather had the rug pulled out from underneath them. I mean, allegedly being promised a race by Bernie Ecclestone, and they were building a sort of a Formula One world there as well, the remnants of which are still there as you come in to Motor City. And then, of course, it was given to Bahrain and Abu Dhabi instead.
I was thinking, would the staff at Yas Marina have something to say about that? Because, you know, there's a fair bit of friendly rivalry, should we say, between Abu Dhabi and Dubai.
Not as bad as Kuwait.
No,
and the rest
agreed.
Of the, and the UAE.
They get on like house on fire compared to those.
Political.
Yes, indeed. But Yas Marina's not definitely off the calendar, is it, for this year?
No, Yas, they're talking about having 2 races at Yas.
Right.
There's no requirement in running 2 races to run them on 2 different circuits either, which I know people have mentioned.
Okay.
They'll run the same configuration this weekend as last weekend at the Red Bull Ring. I had to go through the various versions that track has been. I was rather hoping that Red Bull might have spent a bit of money and just cleared out that car park. You've been on the old track, haven't you?
Yeah, the old Österreich ring. Yeah.
They're still. I mean, is most of the circuit still there?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because they park trucks on it and that, don't they?
They do, yeah. So what you'd have to do is
you go straight on from turn 1.
Yeah, and that needs a bit of work because, you know,
the
link road needs to certainly be relayed, and you'd have to take out a tyre wall. But then the next bit, that swoop through the old turn 1, and then it kinked very slightly to the left. Even the curb is still there and the barriers, and then that amazing.
Sort of behind the hill, isn't it? There's a big wooded hill now, which is in between what used to be turn 1 and the new turn 1.
Yeah, but then turn 2, which is the second right-hander, uphill, medium speed, that's all still there. Up over the rise, and then you'd have to work out a way of rejoining the old track to the new.
Back at turn 4, or was it turn 3? That you come back on.
Come back at turn. Well, on most track maps, it's labelled as turn 3. But I call it turn 2 because it's the second right-hander at the top of the hill. Yeah. They include that, you know, little kink as a corner number. I suppose the track does change direction there, but the second meaningful right-hander is where the track would rejoin, and the rest of it's been, you know, contoured and up at Rauch corner, that's been realigned, but you don't have to worry about that. If you could include the first 2 original corners from the Österreich ring, that would be one heck of a track.
And, you know, there was more than a strong rumour. There was a suggestion that the Red Bull Ring was going to be closed for a little time, and Creventic was one of the series that couldn't get a date there. And there was a number of series organisers that I talked to who said, we don't know what's happening, but we can't get any dates at the Red Bull Ring.
Right.
The suggestion was that they had applied for planning permission to reinstate that old track, and it was going to get done, I think, this summer. And of course the COVID thing has changed everything around. Now they've had to jump in and become the first round of F1, but I certainly think there's some desire, how big a desire, and particularly given the current situation financially, how much that will affect it. But certainly there had been some desire to reinstate the old track, not necessarily to be used all the time, but to give it another option.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that would be great. By the way, 1:18.704, Rubens Barrichello testing a Ferrari F2004 at Mugello. So well under 80 seconds. So Nick was spot on there. I think it'll be quicker. If that was F2004, what's the new car's going to do? Might be down towards a 70-second lap. 1:10. Coming down to another hour, halfway through the afternoon session, if you will. Just coming up to 5 o'clock at Imola. We'll give you a rundown of the positions once the race hour has gone through. The big story so far. Oh. Now. I have to go and check a few things. I don't think I can do that, unfortunately. Oh, I might be able to. Standby caller. I've just seen on the timing screen the Equipe Verscheur car marked in the fuel area.
Interesting. Yes. Okay. So it's
Not just in pits.
It's triggered a loop somewhere.
Yes, exactly. Which means even if it's not actually there, it's moving around, or at least its transponder is moving around in the pit lane. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Either means they're fueling the car ready to get it back in the race, or it's in an awful lot of pieces. And actually, its transponders ended up in the fueling area, whereas the majority of the car's still in the garage.
Well, now what's interesting here, it's listed as entering the pit at just 6 minutes ago. In fact, less than that. Oh, 7 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago now.
Right.
So,
entering the pits rather than the fueling area. Okay.
Yeah, now it came in on the back of a flatbed after lap 16.
Yes.
So something going on there, and I'm not entirely certain what, but we'll keep an eye out in case that car pops out again. It lost a whole heap of time because it only has completed 16 laps.
There is another timing screen that says it's been in there for nearly an hour and 15 minutes.
Correct,
So
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, there's a loop that's been triggered nearly 75 minutes ago, and now, as you say, an F has appeared next to Mike Verscheur's name and the word fuel, and I don't think it's always been that way.
No, it hasn't.
So
absolutely
interesting.
Hasn't. That's very interesting. So, 4 changes of lead, if you accept that Mike Verscheur was the pole sitter and therefore led the first 16 laps. It then passed to the Mercedes-AMG GT3 of MP Racing, David Gostner, who didn't pit when that first Code 60 came out. Then Klaus Bachler took the lead on lap 29 for Herbert number 93. Then Herbert number 91, Daniel Alleman led for 4 laps from 43 to 47, and now Stefan Gorig back in the lead from lap 48 to where we are now on lap 54. 5 different leaders, 4 different cars and 3 different makes, and a partridge in a pear tree. A bit early for that. Although there is a TV
this year's
channel.
disappearing quite quickly, but hopefully not as fast as that.
Yeah, there is a TV channel in the UK at the moment that is running Christmas movies in July under the title of Christmas in July, which I think is quite a funny thing to do. Porsche and KTM battling it out, only 7.8 seconds now between the leaders, and it's coming down about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds a lap. We might see Stefan Racina actually passing Stefan Gorig for the lead, which would be extraordinary. Form an orderly queue at KTM. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, and Racina's pace, very impressive indeed. Just on a 154.2, which is about 1 second slower than Gorig. So I think Stefan hit some traffic the previous lap, because his last lap through was quicker, and it might be now that Stefan Racina's found that little bit of TCE congestion.
Valvoline car in elegant isolation at the moment through the first of the chicane. Well, I say that, of course, it's got the Wochenspiegel car right ahead of it. Now, this is going to be interesting, because that's a full house GT3 car and pretty slippery. And they're heading up towards Variante della Roggia now. And the KTM has got the straight line speed of the Ferrari. Now, with a little bit of a tow, he's certainly going to be able to drag past that. That is very interesting to me. Now, in fairness, Racina is a far more experienced driver than Stefan Gorig in the Herbert car. Now, who's in the Wochenspiegel? Leonard Weiss at the moment. But just to give you an idea, Stefan Gorig would not claim to be the fastest driver in that Herbert car. He is about 2 and a bit seconds away, 2.4 seconds away from the car's fastest lap. Racina is about 1 second away from that car's fastest lap. So there's where the difference is happening in terms of the pace and the relative performance levels of those two cars. now through Ascari. And the KTM trying to get a bit of a draft from the Ferrari, which is trying to get a bit of a draft from one of the Autorama cars. Going down into the Parabolica. Gavin Pickering in from the lead of the Porsche 911 Cup car class. And by the way, the lead of that class was in 8th position when he came in. So that's very nicely done. The leading TCR is 9th, and that is the bright orange car of Luke Breukers. Now here's an important moment, because Stefan Gehrig is, I think, about to lap Ralph Bowen.
Okay. He was in 5th position. So that'll be mightily impressive after bang on 2 hours.
Is that the 91 car? Yes,
91,
it is.
Yes.
So that is Ralph Bowen in the 91 Herbert car, and here comes the 93 as we've just gone through the halfway point of this first 4 hours of the 12 hours of Monza. And we'll, in a second or two, just run you through the standings. I'll leave Johnny as in comes the Red Camel 101 into the pit lane, leading in 10th position in the TCR category. And is that the leading TCE car? No, yes, it is at the moment, because the Ligier's behind it. Daniel Wazachinski behind the wheel of that. Gavin Pickering out of the Speed Lover car. What a great opening stint and qualifying for Gav. Actually, the other way around, qualifying and opening stint that he put in there. Right, let's see if we can have a quick look at the standings, and we'll start with the GTs this time around. Herbert Motorsport by 7.2 seconds, ebbing and flowing in the traffic. So that's a GT3 Porsche against a GTX, which is an invitational class. Writer Engineering GTX. Laura Kryheimer started and did a great job. Stefan Rossini has taken over and carried on the charge towards the front. They're getting great mileage out of that car in terms of the fuel runs too. It is Jürgen Herring, isn't it? Yes, in the 92 car in 3rd. He's another 12 seconds or so further back from 2nd place. Then the first of the Audis, or the Audi should I say, the Car Collection Motorsport, the traditional number 34 colours of blue and white for Johannes Kerkhoff, Elmar Grimm, Max Edelhoff and Gustav Edelhoff. We had Elmar Grimm listed with that car to start with, but it was very, very quick. If that was Elmar, he did a great job. And I didn't really catch who got out of it, but how it was limping a little bit, so may have been struggling at the end of that long first stint. 5th place is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, about to go a lap down to the leader with Ralph Bowen in the 91 car. Then the Leonard Weiss Wochenspiegel driven Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari. Then the green MP Racing Mercedes, which has held the lead of the race. Gavin Pickering's in the pits as far as the next car in the overalls, but we'll keep on going down. So MP Racing, and then it's the 991 class leader of Gavin Pickering. Yeah, that's in 8th position. And then the GT4 leader is Jan-Jaap van Roon for MDN Motorsports, ahead of the ARC Bratislava car. That's laps down after a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete moment earlier on when Miro Konopka was in the car. GR Motorsport running nicely in the older BMW M3 F80. Speed Lover is 2nd in their class, and the Keep Fischer RSO1 only completed 16 laps before a malady, an engine malady, I would say. There was a little fire at the back of the car, maybe just unburnt fuel. So that's the GT standings. We have 2 races running in parallel. So the TCE standings with Luke Breukers handing over to his dad, Ivo. That car's just come into the pit lane and was right on the outside of the top 10 when it did so, which means that the Nordschleifer racing car has just gone by it to take the lead in the TCE class. But this was a snapshot taken just as that was happening in terms of the rundown. 188 is in... actually, the 188's gone through to the lead overall in that little shuffle around. Daniel Wyszynski has dropped back a couple of places, but that's all on the pit stop shuffle at the moment. Brutal Fish have led early on with Dan Lloyd, Pepe Oriola, but it's Martin Reiber, the man at the head of Brutal Fish, who's driving at the moment. Then it's NKPP Racing, Autosport, Top Car, Autorama, the three Swiss flags in line astern there, and another Swiss flag as well with the number 1 Autorama car rather further down than it should be, but I think that's just taken a pit stop. And the E46, the blue car with the black bonnet, David and Jason Cox and George Haynes, and that at the moment has got Jason Cox behind the wheel. So that's how it stands with half of this event today having been completed. Now, just a few moments ago, whilst we were doing the rundown, problem at the Variante della Roggia. Oh, don't hit the sleeping policeman. Oh, they hit the sleeping policeman with the left rear. That'll have rattled the drive shafts, and they don't like having that drive shaft rattled, I seem to remember, for the Nordschleife Racing. Who was that in the 2.6? It was Wyszynski. That's why he's dropped a bit of pace, because he should have been leading the TCE category, and he's dropped down into second now, despite the fact that cars around him have stopped. And that's how Stefan Perrin has nipped through, I reckon, because there's only about 8 seconds between Perrin in the 188 and the Nordschleife Racing GS2 Ligier. Pure guesswork, of course, but it looks like he made a bit of a haulings of the Variante della Roggia.
Yeah, that would make sense, and obviously going through the runoff, you're going to then dirty your tyres as well, because there'll be plenty of pickup out there and bits of grime as well that have been loosened from the main track surface and driven out to the extremities of the Della Roggia chicane. So going to take a few more corners for Daniel Wyszynski to get back up to speed. They only let one car get by him though, and Dominic Bastien actually has lost a place in his Porsche. Now that's TCE series cars getting by. A GT series entered machine from the 991 class, and actually the 991 leader losing spots to a TCX, which doesn't quite add up, so that might be again a bit of a drama for American Dominic Bastien. 978. Brutal Fish by KCMG Honda in behind that car, but there is about half a minute between those two in reality. 4.5 seconds now is the gap between Stefan Gurig and Stefan Rossina. So that's one to watch. Herbert versus Reiter Engineering. They're both entered in the GT series with very different concepts of car.
One, you can say that again.
One definitely still a concept, the KTM GTX.
Well, there's no doubt that Rossina can see the other Stefan and Stefan are on the front straight together now. And there are so many long runs here that the back of that blue and orange car is going to be visible for most of the lap, I would think, now for Stefan Rossina.
Yeah, and that will be more tantalising now for the Slovakian, trying to haul in the German race leader. I'm sure the team are telling him that is the outright race lead there, and you are perilously close to being able to challenge for it. I mean, 1 minute 53.2 last time around. That's only a tenth of a second slower than the best lap that car's done.
34, Johannes Kirchhoff, Dr. Kirchhoff, into fuel. Now, weren't they just in a couple of laps ago?
I don't remember that. You might be able to find the right page on the screen to tell us. None of my columns will provide that answer. Kirchhoff's been at the wheel for a fairly long time.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I heard you talking about them as if they'd just been in. My fault.
No, because as I say, I'm still trying to force Max Edelhoff in for that opening stint. But if that didn't happen, then Elmar Grimm did a double, and now Johannes Kirchhoff has come to the end of his opener, and it remains to be seen whether he's going to stay inside.
Oh, mistake by the TCE overall leader and the TCR leader again. It's the Variante della Roggia, the second of the chicanes, and all the way around the long way for Stefan Perrin didn't lose that much time, actually. Do you know what? I think that might have been quicker the way he did that, because he really rattled through that and sort of just pointed the car in the right direction. I can't wait to see what was his last lap. If that was his last lap, that was only a 2:05.1. The car's best lap is a 2:04.0. Didn't lose that much time.
You're encouraging drivers to be really quick through that runoff when you stick a bit of green and red curbing there as well, you know, on
Something
the
to aim
runoff.
for.
Yeah, exactly. So it just looks like any other corner on the circuit, only it's not on the circuit. And yeah, if you overcook it, then okay, you've got to go round the bollard, but as you say, you don't actually lose a great deal of time, because it's basically like the chicane as a mirror image, isn't it? There?
I don't think the last part of getting out of it is as tight as the first part would be if you stayed on the track, if I'm quite honest.
No.
That looked like
right.
third or fourth gear in the in the Audi. The battle for the lead has come down again. It's it's right on 2 seconds as they went past last time. Out of the Lesmos then, through the Curva to Seraglio, down towards Ascari. They have the 211 ahead of them, which is the other bright orange car. That's Armando Stanco for Autorama. And that car in the TCX class, of course, because of its age. That's second in class at the moment to the Ligier. That KTM looks like if it was painted all black, it could be. It should look like it's hanging from the hard point of a fighter. It looks like some kind of weapon. It really does. Oh, slow-moving Ligier.
Oh, dear.
Oh, and that it's a De La Roche again. I did say they didn't want to be banging that around.
Yes. Well, is that the drive shaft issue that you've talked about?
Left drive shaft, all right. Oh, I tell you, well, is the right rear wheel just slightly at an odd angle there, or is that just an optical illusion? Wasinski behind the wheel.
There's some camber on it, obviously.
It looks like it's tucked under a bit to me, JP.
Possibly so.
So has he done some damage there when he was... Well, he's found a gear and he's pulled away. Yellow flag at that area of the circuit has now turned back to green again. I would expect to see that car in the pit lane next time around.
It's making its way around the first of the Lesmos relatively okay. And although it might visit the pits at the end of this lap, I mean, this is the in part of the lap will be provide the answers as to whether the setup of that car's quite on song.
I'm very excited by the prospect of an overtake for the lead, not just because it's an overtake for the lead, but because these are two such different cars in terms of their, as you said, their concept, their whole raison d'etre, and indeed their execution. You know, the venerable Porsche 911 has always raced, and you know, we've joked about, is it really an endurance race if there's not a 911 in it? Oh, BMW going wide. Wochenspiegel car moving slowly at the second chicane as well, down the inside into the parabolic. That was of a long way back from Racina. Racina having a go, and the Wochenspiegel car, I think, has got a puncture.
Another one.
Yeah, I think that's a left rear puncture for the Wochenspiegel car, certainly moving very slowly indeed. Side by side, onto the front straight. This is the pass for the lead. The KTM goes through on pure outright speed. That's an awesome piece of driving by Stefan Racina, and backing up, by the way, a great early run by Laura Greyheimer, and confirmed now as a left rear puncture from the Wochenspiegel car. I couldn't see the left rear of the car, it was going through De La Roche, JP, but there was just something about the attitude and how that car was driving, and that's happened in the early part of the lap, because that car's been struggling since it came out of Curva Grande.
Yeah, and one place you don't want there to be a puncture is at the start of a long lap round here, particularly when everybody else is going at such high speed, and you're going to have to nurse it home at a little over walking pace. But what a great overtake from the KTM GTX. worked out another car it looks a little bit like, and that's the Glickenhaus, which kind of came out of the Ferrari P45 that ran at the Nürburgring. And
it's not quite as swooping as the Glickenhaus.
I agree, no, but you know, you're saying it's a little bit Ferrari-esque. I think it looks a little bit like the prototype Ferrari, the Pininfarina designed P45, but a kind of downscale version, because it's a very small, nimble car. And so it has proven to be so far, because it's nipped into the lead on pure speed that it can show down the back straight between the Scarra chicane and the Parabolica. Meanwhile, the Ferrari, on the other hand, so many home fans for that 488, but steering from the rear, the puncture is so bad.
Horrid. And they'll be scraping that lovely carbon fibre diffuser, staying well to drivers left there, and rightly so. Remember being at this circuit when Vanina X, wasn't it, went for the wild ride, got airborne.
Yeah.
Also, we saw the who was it who went right over the top of Alan McNish's car down at the first chicane, the Variante Rettifilio, and that car ended up. I remember commentating on that. I think that was the first ELMS race we ever did, and it was very late notice, and Graham Tyler and myself drove down there. Actually, we cadged a lift with Andrew Cotton, now the editor of Race Car Engineering, and I remember seeing on the screen the remnants of Stefan Ortelli, who went for the wild ride and ended up over the top of McNish, and the shadow passed over him. And I remember seeing the end result of that and thinking, why am I looking at a crashed single-seater? Because there was nothing left of the bodywork, and I thought that we'd cut to the wrong track. Open top cars in those days as well. What year was that, JP?
2010, I think, or possibly. Well, that's
so close. And it was the Mondian car, liveried car. Extraordinary incident. This car just snapped around on. I think it was Ortelli driving that car.
That was the LMS in those days.
The LMS, indeed. Yes, absolutely. First race, that was we were at the track. First race we'd done, as I say, and hearts in mouth stuff. Not a 550 Maranello, the red and white and black car. That is the Ligier, which is moving again and moving quite happily. Yeah, James Hewitt. Yeah, it was Stefan Ortelli. He says, remember as if it was yesterday. Thank you, James, on at @RSL_studio. Good to see then the Ligier running again. Mid-engine car with a Ford V6, transverse gearbox, rear-wheel drive. There's something very balanced about that design. There really is. And I like the almost bolt tail at the back, where the rear wings are drawn in and then the rear of the car is narrower than the wheel arches. It's got a nice floor to the edge of the car. And I bet when you sit in that car and you look out of the side mirror, you can see the floor of the wheel arch. And I do like that about cars. Says the man who drives a 993 2S, which has got wide arches at the back, and 968 Club Sport, which has got sort of Quattro style arches at the back, and you can see both of those from your wing mirrors. It was the Mondian coloured Orica, wasn't it, that Ortelli was driving?
Jim Orica Matmut, yeah.
Yeah,
2008, I think it was.
Was it really?
2010, yeah.
Yes, Adam Wareham agrees. Thank you, Adam. Oh,
with the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A little bit of damage on the front of the 979. Now, has he picked up some rubber from the Ferrari? I think he has, you know. I thought that was a dive plane that had come loose on the Speed Lover car, but then I realised that's a Cup car. It doesn't have dive planes.
No.
So the Wochenspiegel car has only just made it into the pits, presumably having been fuelled at pit in, but they're not going to take any... Got a spare car there.
They have got a spare car.
A whole spare car with a 22 on it.
With 4 inflated tyres. Are they just going to push that one out instead?
That'd be very cool. They're not taking any chances in that. They're going to have slightly more people. In this COVID-19 era, there are quite a few protocols for who can do what on the pit lane. You get a few people more to work on the car, but it's not a full squad of mechanics. And in the pits, if you're going to be close, you have to be wearing a mask, of course. Oh, just hearing that the English Premiership rugby season will resume on the weekend of the 16th of August. Sport coming back. A bit behind the times here. This is our second European preventing race. Well done to Peter, Ole and the rest of the team for getting it all done. Wow, what a pass that was by Stefan Rosina, who has now pulled away. It was a 10-second deficit. It's now a 2.5-second advantage. Ahead of two Herberts, a car collection, then the other Herbert, then the Wochenspiegel cars got into the pits, which should allow, in about a minute's time, the MP Racing car with Thomas Gostner behind the wheel to go up into 6th position. So the GTX car leads the GT part of the race. It is a TCR car that leads the TCE race, and that now, the AC Motorsport car with Stefan Perrin behind the wheel, up into 9th position, ahead of the MDM Motorsport car, which is just coming back out, and then the second GTX car, which is the BMW M3 F80, the JR Motorsports car, that's in 11th position.
Race leader in the pits, though. Into the fueling area goes Stefan Rosina, so he's not going to be able to build much more of a gap than 2 seconds, and it swings the other way with Stefan Gurik staying out. So that will be for at least another 15 minutes or so, you have to think, because Gurik's only done 47, nearly 48 minutes behind the wheel of that car. It can do an hour.
Yeah.
How many stops for the KTM? That's its 3rd stop. So is this ahead of schedule, or is that about the mileage that a KTM can do in comparison to the fuel tank on the GT3?
I seem to think that fortunately we haven't got all of our quite all of our software working at the moment. One or two little problems with the timing interfaces, but I seem to think Laura did a pretty good first stint. Now there was a bit of code 60 in that, and she did drop in the pits to get a splash.
Yes.
But that car's pace has been impressive. Let's see if they change the driver. Laura did just over, you'd say just over a full stint, because came in after 16 laps and then bashed on for at least one more full tank of fuel. Stint for so out goes the Wochenspiegel car, 4 new tyres on it. It was Leonard Weiss that brought that car in. Let's see who takes it out. The 58 car has gone through. Gostner into 6th. Speed Lover has gone through into 7th. AC Motorsport and Stefan Perrin's gone into 8th. Extraordinary stuff. So Thomas Gostner and MP Racing, the green AMG, chrome green AMG, lovely colour.
Might be closer to about 3/4 of an hour that the KTM could do, 50 minutes at a push. So is that ultimately going to decide its pace versus the 3 Porsches from Herbert and the car collection Audi, or is Stefan Rosina having to come in just a little bit earlier? I mean, it might be that he's got tyre woes as well. We've only seen them on the GT3 car so far. 2 for the Ferrari, number 22, just heading into the Della Roggia chicane now. And what was it, the car with a puncture? It was another GT car, wasn't it?
We have had the Ferrari.
Two for the Ferrari and 1 for a Porsche, I think.
Yes.
The 93 had a...
Yes.
Yeah, the Bachler Porsche had a drama, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no, but that wouldn't still be race. That wouldn't still be leading. I'll have a scratch of the head there, but we definitely had a puncture on another car as well. It was the Lambo, wasn't it?
It was the Lambo.
707, yeah.
Yeah, it was the 707
So it was
Lambo.
the Super Trofeo
Correct. Well
Lamborghini.
remembered. Mato Homora behind the wheel of that at the moment and dropped down to 18th position. Hello to Phil Kinch in Northamptonshire, right in the centre of England. Finally finished work for the week, and I'll be enjoying the final 100 minutes, although in fairness he says I have been streaming it from the start on the laptop, but now I'm watching it on the big TV. You missed the noise of those TCR cars. Looks all right in the big telly. Good streaming. KTM has been leading, and it's Elke Angermeyer that gets out into that car. So they're cycling through all of their drivers. This is interesting. And with an hour and 35 minutes to go, I reckon they're going to get the option near the end. Remember, the pits close 20 minutes before the flag. Is that right? I've changed the tone of my voice there because I started that with the absolute positivity that it was 15, and then decided it was 30, and then thought I'll go in the middle.
Right. Do you know, I don't remember them closing the pits at all on the split race. But
yeah,
you can't.
Right. You can't pit within 15 minutes of the end of the session.
All right. Well, Eike Angermeyer now, as you say, driving. He's only 21 from Austria, but has a lot of experience with KTM's in the past. He's raced with True Racing in the GT4 European Championship with their Crossbow GT4. And 2018 shared that car with Laura Kryhammer. So they're long-time driving partners. Stefan Racina, therefore, the addition to the KTM outfit, although not new to Reiter.
Hello to Mike Headland. Missing your tweets, Mike. Mike and I have had some fantastic, good-natured disagreements about all sorts of things when I've been sitting waiting for aeroplanes on the way out or the way back from IMSA events. Never fallen out, though, Mike. Respect your views, even if it's not the same as mine, and they're always well argued and honestly held. A lot of respect for that. Mike Headland says, just great to wake up to sports car racing at Monza, F1 on the DVR. Hopefully get you back in Europe when circumstances allow, Mike, and good luck for whatever you're doing across in the States this year. I'm sure everybody's plans have been thrown into turmoil. A really extraordinary year we've had so far. Should have known things were going to go wrong this year, really, shouldn't we, when we got our 24-hour race reined off in Dubai.
Wasn't the best of starts, was it?
No, absolutely not. Medj says, Mark EJ says, don't you think that Ligier GS2R looks a little bit like a Dittimos or Pantera? Just needs pop-up headlights to complete the look. That's very good. But I still think it's got it's a bit 550 at the front end as well, but certainly, from the side, and it's mid-engine, of course, with a Ford engine as well. There's another connection there to the Pantera. Hello to Fragile Ego, or Fragile Ego, as I was nearly going to say it. Hello, James. Mark and Harborough in Northamptonshire. Chrome Green Merc. Not an SLS, though, Mark. That's the new for 2020 shape of the AMG GT3, although I think the engine has carried across all the way from the SLS, hasn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. There's not a great deal of change. I mean, I think like the 2020 body shape, that's an Evo, and they will have done some various iterations of the engine as well, but it's pretty much retained its 6.2 litre V8, yeah, and still sounds glorious.
Yeah, it does. Rumble. Rumble, young man, rumble. Coming up behind a couple of battling TCR cars that includes the car that did lead, Martin Reiber behind the wheel of Brutal Fish by KMG, the FK7 Honda Civic, and he has just gone by the 175, so that was a battle for position then, I reckon. Geese Bessem behind the wheel of that car. So they've been having a bit of a scrap. Looks like Geese is trying to use their chrome green AMG to get a bit of a draft down towards Ascari underneath the old circuit. I've got to give some credit, by the way, to our TV partners, the German company 0221 or 221, Fabi and the guys and girls at the track. Some of the camera positions here really make you realise how much rise and fall there is at Monza, particularly that low camera coming into Ascari, when you realise just how much of a dip down there is around the curve of Seraglio and underneath the old circuit before rising up again, which, to be honest, you know, it's easy to miss that on some of the higher camera shots. I'm liking these low shots. I get a real sense of speed, and as I say, the rise and fall, as we saw with some of the longer shots as well at Portimao, really saw how good it was. Enjoyed that, and enjoying the coverage here as well.
I've kind of always thought that the reason for that cutting is actually to get underneath the old circuit, because the old circuit, I assume, was built on ground level, and then you have to kind of duck down, otherwise you'd hit the bridge, you know, if you'd stayed on the same level. But I don't know, I need to read a book of history on Monza to know that for a fact, but it does feel like it's kind of been dug out to then get you back onto a level point into Ascari. And yeah, there are certain times when, you know, visibility's not great through there, particularly when you're tucked in behind somebody else, and you need to make sure you can see the marshal posts and potential yellow flags for any incidents that might have happened in that little dip there.
Lesmore 1 for the 1-2-2, Martin Reiber, and he has got that number 176, Guy Bessem, and that is the battle for position 10 and 11 overall, or 3rd and 4th in TCR if you prefer, and TCE as well, actually, is it not? Best of the TCE cars, the Ligier, after its little cough splutter and whatever it was. Daniel Wyszynski is back down in 6th position in the TCE category. That was a lovely run through Ascari by the Honda there. Took out, what, 2 or 3 cars then on Keith Bessem.
Yes. But Bessem may have an opportunity now, because the KTM GTX, which is still in a great spot, but now nearly 3.5 minutes down the road from Stefan Gurig, and having to pick up the speed to get back onto level terms after a pit stop, is about to dart by those 2 TCRs, and as it gets past Guy Bessem then, which is the first of those 2, maybe Bessem can just tuck into the slipstream of the KTM, if only it wasn't so quick, because it's just shot off down the road. No chance of Bessem, although here he comes on the attack then in the Bumblebee-esque Cupra, darting up the inside, and yes, out-muscling the Honda very easily indeed. Good drive off the corner as well from Gijs Bessem, and Martin Reiber having to try and pick up the pieces in the KCMG Honda.
Yeah, that was down into the first corner again, the heavy braking area at the end of the front straight. Variante Rettifilio, all turns 1 and 2 on the track mark. It's the Rettifilio, isn't it? Through the Curva Grande, and 3 cars abreast, and the mistake was made by the number 34, Dr. Kerkhoff, Johannes, just being a little ambitious, maybe trying to get a couple of the slower cars in one shot, and just had to run a little far further on than he probably wanted to. He's only 6 seconds behind second place, and Elke Angemeyer, who's pushing on in that little KTM, 54.8 for Elke last time around, against 53.1 fastest time. Well, I think you'll take that if that is a consistent lap time. Hello to Chris Humphreys, finishing off his work week admin while watching and listening. Great to see endurance racing at Monza. Into the pit lane, by the way, the 450, and that is the BMW. It's the 450, which is sitting in... Where is the 450? In 19th position. Thank you. That is the GT4 runner. Chris is loading the car, heading to the historic Sports Car Club Brands Hatch meeting tomorrow, which I'm very envious about. And we're talking about Mike Jordan earlier on. Mike running a whole load of Cortinas down there at the weekend. And thanks to Chris and all of the colleagues in Orange, who will be back on duty this weekend at various British meetings and indeed meetings all over the world as motor racing starts to come out of its pre-summer slumber, as it seems to have been. Plenty of officials that I'm sure drivers would rather not see at race events, but the men and women in orange here in Europe, in white in America, and in whatever other colour they are around the world, certainly not one of them. We simply can't go motor racing without the marshals. Thank you one and all for your dedication to the cause. Have a good weekend, Chris. Stay safe. Close call coming out of Ascari a moment or two ago for the 188. And that is still the leader, Stefan Perrin in TCR, running all the way across the curbs on the exit, and that's rattled the onboard camera to a fetching shade of pink. Or is that just the embarrassment shown by Stefan Perrin?
Possibly so.
Bit of a blush going on there. He's coming to put a lap on the 101. That's Ivo Preukers in 5th position in that class. That would be significant. Remember, any gaps that aren't a full lap disappear at the end of 4 hours, and then you restart potentially side by side. Another left rear puncture, and this is the race leader, Herbert Motorsport. Another Porsche puncture as well, and this time it's befallen the 93, the light blue, red and orange car, and the lead will go any second now as Elke Angermeier will come around. Now, how far back was that down? Well, we picked it up coming under the old track, but that looks to have been gone for some time. That means, I mean, that's bad news for one Herbert car, good news for Ralph Bowen, who's back on the lead lap there.
Yeah,
he goes back through.
That's the Herring car.
That's the Herring car going through.
But maybe 91 Ralph Bowen benefited as well. I feel really bad for these guys, because when I was trying to remember the other car with a puncture, I actually said it was the 93. I think I was wrong there, but I predicted another one. So we got the Lamborghini.
Hashtag blame Farmer, Ben Farmer. Sorry.
So 2 for the 22 Ferrari. That is that one earlier on, pretty sure for the 707 Lamborghini. And now, although misidentified earlier on, we definitely have got one now for the 93 race-leading Porsche. Eike Angermeier. Has he gone through yet? 3.5 minutes back before this puncture struck, as the two battling TCR cars creep by as well. So they creep by, they go by at a rapid pace.
Don't forget, we've seen gearbox issues for this GT3, this version of the GT3 Porsche, so they'll be very, very mindful of not putting too much strain on the transmission there.
That was Angermeier coming out of Ascari, so that will be the lead change, possibly even before the Parabolica. Certainly, well, Angermeier
last time around put that car's fastest lap of the race in, a 53 flat for the KTM. That's extraordinary. That is the fastest GT lap of the race.
Wow.
Isn't it?
No,
sorry, no, we've had 50s. It was the fastest lap by some margin of anything that's out there at the moment, and a 53.5 to back it up. And Angermeier then, with still waiting for Gorig to come around. Well, now does that mean, did that Herbert car, because of its fuel strategy, that had a lap on the field, I reckon? A full lap on the field, and Angermeier's now come around. This is going to be really messing up the strategy for that 93 car. Into fuel, it will take fuel now. It can't have been far off its fuel. Big lock up going down to the first corner, and that's Dr. Kerkhoff having problems finding his braking again for Car Collection Motorsport, and again he was trying to pass a Cup car, but he's still holding on to third position. He's only 7 seconds ahead of Jürgen Hering. Yeah, I reckon Herbert owed us a pit stop, and therefore was a full lap and more because of the way the pits had played out and the purple flags. So now that Stefan Gorig car's come in, that's everybody getting back past around the car. But this is going to kill their strategy, absolutely kill their strategy.
Meanwhile, the Audi locking up a short moment ago with Johannes Kerkhoff then at the wheel. Thankfully, nobody immediately in front to be wiped out, but if he'd been at close quarters with other traffic, that could have been a different story. Yeah, I was looking at the 3.5 minutes, I suppose, is the deficit, but that should be 2 laps, bearing in mind, you know...
No, it's because it's going so slowly, I reckon.
Okay, well, Angermeyer goes across the line now.
And leads,
yeah,
and leads the race.
75 laps done.
Yeah.
And...
What happened was, that also didn't help was, because Gehrig was going so slowly, then drops into the pit lane for fuel, and it still hasn't crossed the line, that car. So effectively, that's why it hasn't come round to complete its 75th lap.
Okay.
And it was going so... It must have happened so early on. It was nearly 2 minutes late coming to the line before it went into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So basically, that was a 5-minute last lap, effectively.
Gehrig's car still in the fueling area, so as you say, hasn't actually been credited with its 75th lap just
Correct.
yet, although it's metres away from completing that.
Correct.
33.7 seconds is the gap between Angermeyer in the KTM and the second place car of Jürgen Hering then. Now the best of the 3 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, and despite that very hairy moment into the Rettifilo chicane at the start of this lap, Dr. Kerkhoff still there in third and only 5.6 seconds behind Hering.
And that was another car that came in for a single tyre stop. I'm reminded by
Audi.
Jeff Rowe. Yeah, the Audi came in for 1 tyre as well. Now, I thought it had been a right front to that car, but we saw it as it pulled away, and there was only 1 tyre there, and they were there very quickly. And I don't think that car fueled when it did that either. Thanks, Jeff Rowe, at RSL_studio, especially for Right Turn Lover. A story so far for those closing their work day and heading out for groceries. All right, listening on RS1, I presume. Well, left rear punctures have been the story of the day so far. The leader just being taken out of that lead position by that is the 93 Porsche, one of 3 of the Herbert cars. The story of qualifying in the opening part of the race, certainly the first 16 laps, RTL, was that of a blistering pace being set by Akib Fischer and the first driver, Mike Fischer, who basically drove away over 10 seconds away from the field. Then we had a little bit of a fire, certainly something not right at the back of that machine. Through went David Gostner, courtesy of a stop for tyres but not fuel, when the code 60 came out for the recovery of the RS01. Herbert Motorsport then took the lead with the 93 car, and Klaus Bachler, who was flying at that stage on lap 29, he gave up the lead on lap 43 to his teammate Daniel Alleman in the 91 car, then took it back. Thank you very much. You've had it for 4 laps. I'm taking it back on 48. He held that to lap 62 when Stefan Gehrig was hunted down by Stefan Rosina in the KTM GTX, which had been started by Laura Kreheimer, who did a great job early on. Stefan led till the pit stop. Herbert Motorsport, Stefan Rosina led till the pit stop in the KTM. Stefan Gehrig went back as the KTM came in, and then Reiter Engineering, lap 75, what, a couple of laps ago, now back into the lead with Eike Angermeyer driving that KTM with the 2.5 straight 5 engine, inline 5. As far as the other classes, the Ligier has led the TCE part of the race overall, but that's ground to a halt, didn't it? And that cost it a bit of time. It's now dropped back a wee bit, and TCE now led by NKPP Racing, by Bas Kooten Racing in their TCR. Heath Bessem behind the wheel. Miklas Born for Autorama Motorsport by Wolfpack in second. And this is because Stefan Perrin's come in the 188 AC Motorsport car, and Ivo Breukers then will go through into third. Martin Reiber, Brutal Fish by KCMG, getting fueled as well at the moment. That's another car that led early on and built up a 7 or 8 second lead before pitting. And who started that car? KCMG, that was...
Good question. It wasn't the guy that qualified. It wasn't
It was.
Detry.
No, it was the guy that qualified.
Okay.
And that was... Oh, come on, John. Daniel Lloyd. It was Dan Lloyd, of course it was.
Sorry, Dan.
He drove off into the distance. He had a cracking first stint in that car. There's been one or two issues, but really the only big one is that Akib Fisher car. That car has not been seen since lap 16 RTL, and we're into another set of touring car TCR pit stops, which will leave then the 175 of Hispesum and that Bumblebee. I'm not going to get that out of my mind. The Bumblebee coloured car out front down into the Variante Rettifilio now, with a 35-second lead on Autorama. The 112, Miklas Born and Ivo Breukers is another 27 seconds further back, so a bit spread out. Other cars that have had problems, the 707 had to come in for a Control-Alt-Delete, then had a left rear puncture. That's the ARC Bratislava car. I know what you're saying, RTL. What ARC Bratislava car? You never talked about that yesterday in the practice or the qualifying this morning. That's because we never saw it, and it's bright yellow, so I think I would have.
You would hope so, yeah.
They sneaked onto the back of the grid and got out at the start of the race, had a decent run early on, then dropped a couple of laps with a Control-Alt-Delete moment. That car went back into the garage for that, and then that was another car, as I say, that had a puncture. And now that 707 is in the pits. Mato Homola is out of the car. They're second in GTX, and I suppose eighth in their division. But at the front of the field now by 37 seconds with an hour and 14 of this part of the race to go. Eka Angama for Writer Engineering. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the sound of people beating a well-worn path to KTM in Austria, and a 2-metre queue, socially distanced queue, forming outside for that GTX concept car. What a way to prove the performance of that little car. And they had a good run in Barcelona early on as well. That car was stompingly quick. And again, with Laura Kryhammer at the wheel, got right up amongst the GT3 cars.
Yeah.
She's done it again.
Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised at the speed being offered this weekend. I don't think there's been any doubt about how quick a KTM can go in its various guises through the years, particularly with the regulars like Laura, and they've been bringing on board one or two extra drivers this weekend as well with Writer connections. But it's a strong lineup. Eike Angermeyer still very early on in his racing career, but has some success as well with that particular team, and very much enjoying this lead of nearly 40 seconds now.
In from third, Dr. Kirchhoff, Johannes, big car collection. He's out of the car, gives up third position. So Herbert are now second, third and fourth. And did I detect a little limp from Dr. J as well as he was getting out? I wonder if they haven't quite got their seating correct in that number 34 car, because that's the second driver that's been a little bit uncomfortable, shall we say, as they got out that car.
Yeah, Elmer Grimm's always had more recently had a bit of a limp, because I think he's had some surgery,
he did have
maybe
some
on
surgery,
a hip or
right.
he is 6'5", Elmer Grimm as
well. It was definitely Elmer, by the way, that got out that car. I meant to say, when I saw him get out, he pretty much had to duck under the pit gantry.
He has to gently unfold himself out of that Audi. But yeah, Dr. Kirchhoff maybe struggling a little bit this weekend as well with movement, and haven't yet caught a glimpse of Max Edelhoff. Gustav Edelhoff, Max's dad, was on the entry list initially. I don't think he's going to be doing any driving though, because on the signed off entry list, Gustav notably absent. As across the line again goes the 93 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is from the lead, now running third of the three and actually fourth in the GT Series race. It's Stefan Aust with his first bit of driving for this afternoon. 4 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, and we're well and truly through, very nearly completed the 3-hour marker, just 11 minutes away from that, and then we'll be into the final 60 minutes today.
The key thing for me is those GT3 stops coming with an hour and 11, an hour and 12 minutes to go. they will stop again before the end.
Have to, won't they? Yeah.
And it depends how much do you want to roll the dice to get track position. If remember, at the end of this 4 hours, if you are, as Johnny said, 9/10ths or 99/100ths of a lap ahead, that's going to disappear. If you are 11/10ths ahead, i.e. a lap and a tenth, you'll get that full lap. And that is going to be key. And if you're slightly clever on your pit stop, and I want to see who comes in. What I want to see is not who's coming in now, JP, who comes in half an hour from now, or maybe 40 minutes from now. Because a pit stop here, by the time you've had your fuel and your tyre change, remember it's a pistol grip pump fuel type thing, that could be two laps. That can be 2 full laps. If you can take 2 full laps into tomorrow and then skedaddle into the distance and pit after even 5 or 10 minutes just before you hit the back of the traffic,
yeah,
that could be really interesting. Really interesting. And the cars are in park firmly overnight. You can do nothing to them. You can't change the tyres. You're allowed to go out in the morning and perform the warm-up sequence for the engine, but that's it. So watch for who pits. Not now, not even in 10 minutes' time, but say 20 past the next hour. Coming up to 6 o'clock in the evening, shadows beginning to lengthen. So just beyond the time that we were qualifying yesterday for the Renaults, and we'll have another Renault race, the Formula Renault race, tomorrow before we restart the 8 hours, the final 8 hours of this event. Thoroughly enjoyed that little single-seater race today. Good fun.
Who said you can't overtake in single-seaters?
Well, no DRS required.
No, indeed. That was just frenetic from start to finish, sometimes for the wrong reasons, but action-packed down at the second chicane.
It's on YouTube, by the way, on the Renault Sport YouTube channel if you want to have a look. We've got royalty watching at the moment. We've got Sebring royalty. La Bomba is tuned in. Do you remember what La Bomba is?
Go on.
It's one of the big float-like creations that drives up and down the Sebring roads into the evening. La Bomba tuned in from Florida, enjoying the coverage. Sarasota is where I'm told La Bomba is. Thank you.
It's not in homage to the great Richie Valens then.
That was La Bamba.
That's true. Yeah, slight spelling difference, I suppose.
From the lead of TCE and TCR, is Van Bessem already out the car and bolting in his replacement in the 175. So it's all changing gear. That's nice and tight, isn't it, in that category? And guess what? Ivo Breukers is leading now by nearly 90 seconds from AC Motorsport and Mathieu Detrey, who's back in that car. Oliver Dons will come through in the GT car in a second, so that's outside. So where's the Honda? The Honda's the next TCE runner, and that's the Brutal Fish car, and that's Pepe Oriolas. So all of their drivers have been in.
Yeah.
With Pepe Oriola in that car. Wow. 101. 9th overall and leading their division and their class. The division being either GT Endurance or TC Endurance, and their class being TCR. And last year, of course, the overall champion of the Hankook 24 Hours came from the TCE category.
Yes, hence the reason why the Autorama with Wolf Power Volkswagen Golf has the number 1 on the doors. So despite it being very much 2 separate races in one today, 2 separate championships, GT and TCE, you still have a champion from one or the other.
Yeah.
And you can score as many points in the TCE series as you can in the GT series, as long as you're consistent enough and taking race victories. A lot of that's still based on, I think, how many entries are.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's a sliding scale.
I kind of didn't want to get into that, but I'm pleased you mentioned it.
Well,
because
it's not quite as complicated as NLS is, VLN.
Yeah, where you get down to 0.376 of a point.
Yeah, because the amount of points changes whether you've got 25 entries, 24 entries as a change, 23 entries as a change. I think it's just 2 different settings within Creventic. Less than 3 and more than 3, let's say. But as you say, don't want to get drawn into that because
No, but I think it's fair though that Creventic have recognised the fact that it's far easier to come third in a class that has 5 entries than come possibly even 5th in a class that has 25 entries.
Of course.
And I think that's absolutely reasonable, particularly when you're looking at what is a balance of performance. All of these categories are effectively balance of performance driven. So yeah, very good, very good. 34 car collection. How did we say it taken that out, JP?
That's Max. Yeah.
In comes the 188 AC. Now this is early. They've not long since been in, have they? Mathieu Dutré got in that car. They're looking under the front. So I think this is early. The EP Racing brakes. Oh, hang on. Has there been a bit of rubbing on the inside of there? There was a bit of swarf or something on the just behind the upright. Yeah. There's a piece of aluminium that's exposed there, and just over the top of the disc, it looks like maybe something's been catching.
Okay.
There was a rough edge there, and I wonder if that's been causing a problem with the inside of the wheel or perhaps the Hankook tyre. Nevertheless, that car is going in. They've got brake discs there, and it looks like they may be going to work doing a brake disc change. My, how tight are those garages, by the way? That is very tight to work in there, even on a touring car. Working on a prototype or something in there, you'd be squeezed up against the wall.
It's almost like that's not normally a garage, and they've found a little corridor for AC Motorsport to work in.
In the corridor?
Yeah. It's not a garage door that swings open, it's just a set of double doors that you'll have to open up and allow the car to back into. But as you say, down the side of the car, there's next to no room at all. When you're trying to do a brake change with red-hot discs, I wouldn't fancy picking that garage out of the hat.
So you've got Michael Fassbender for ELMS next weekend.
Yeah, that was
doing
confirmed
his Porsche run
a little bit earlier on today, and signing up for the full season.
Following in the footsteps of that well-known racing driver and part-time actor Patrick Dempsey.
Indeed so, yeah. We're working our way through Hollywood slowly in the ELMS paddock.
Fassbender narrated a Formula 1 documentary, which I think was just called One, O-N-E.
Yes.
And if you haven't seen it, it's absolutely fantastic. 188 then is getting some work around the left front. Two very not socially distanced mechanics, but they are, if they're that close, they should be wearing masks. Oh, they're not. They might get pinged for that. That is a requirement of being that close in the pit lane. Actually, I say that, the guy who was right next to him has disappeared under the car, so I suppose you might say he's socially distanced. At RSL_ studio, coming down to the last 60 minutes. That's really bad news for AC Motorsport, because that TCE and TCR class, JP, is so close, not always on exactly the same pit stop strategy, so there's all kinds between them, but that's taken them out of contention already. They've lost a lap on the TCR leader, lost 2 laps now on the TCR leader, which is Ivo Breukers up in 8th position.
Yes, given the choice whether this happens on a Friday or a Saturday, you choose the Friday because you've still got 8 hours of the race.
That's true.
To try and catch it back again. But then again, we did say at the top of the broadcast that the name of the game today is to stay on the lead lap, and they're going to be a long way away from that now. In a, as you say, closely fought. It's an upright that's going to have to go in.
Yeah, I thought I could see some evidence of something rubbing on the inside of that corner. And that would suggest to me then that something's gone out of whack. Either the top mount is playing up, or the whole shocker has either broken or isn't damping the way it should do, and the wheel's been moving around and allowing the wheel to foul on the inside of the upright mounting plate, or the hub mounting plate, excuse me. We need Bradley in there.
No fluid on the floor to taste, but lots of wishbones and suspension struts. So the old one's out, is it, already?
Yeah, they're having a look at that. Not happy.
Okay.
Not HP. Eike Angermeyer through for Reiter. 48 seconds now. The gap back to second. Then the Porsche battle. into Nissan at that. Herbeth. No, I didn't get a stutter on your connection there. Jürgen Heirig being caught at a rate of knots by Ralph Bowen. Not surprising there, a bit of a disparity in experience and speed between those two drivers. Across the line goes Heirig, and there's Bowen, and he's cut it down. I was about to say it was only 4 seconds. It's now a second and a half as they go down to the Rettifilio. Wow, they're looking at all kinds of settings even on that shocker. Damper, let's say. I think they're trying to take the mounting off.
Okay. Well, obviously this has all happened rather unexpectedly, so they don't necessarily have this part prepped and ready to go, and obviously only want one section of it as well, so
They want the spring off it, I think.
having to
I think they need the spring.
pop the spring out.
Yeah, they've popped the spring carrier, and they're desperately trying to wind they're trying to wind the spring off. Why wouldn't you have a spring compressor on that, guys? That's interesting. They're definitely winding the spring down the shock, or down the damper. Has that right? Oh yeah,
It's bent, isn't it?
well, yeah, so that's the new one about to go on.
Yeah.
And what they're doing here is they're setting that up. It has
It's
been
massively cross-threaded, doesn't it?
well. That's the one that's come off is the crooked one.
Yes.
And that's why the wheel was catching the inside edge. So my eyes did not deceive me, because it was effectively bringing the wheel in,
yeah.
and the whole suspension arm. So that's taken a clattering somewhere. Under 1 hour to go before we neutralise the race. Here's the standings. And is it the turn of GT again? Yes, it is. At the top of the shop, it is still Eka Angermeyer for Reiter Engineering and for KTM by 50 seconds now. A little over that. Herbeth Motorsport in second, Jürgen Heirig. About to be overtaken by Ralph Bowen, I would say, by the next time we see them. Stefan Haus has just crossed the line for the third of the Herbeth machines. That's 92, 91, 93. Well, we will get them 91, 92, 93 in a few moments, which will help my OCD a bit. In fifth position, Max Edelhoff for Car Collection. Stop giggling, Palmer. Car Collection Motorsport is in fifth position. And then MP Racing, Thomas Gostner back in that car. That's the chrome green AMG. Top 10 in seventh, Dominic Bastien for Speed Lover is the best of the Cup class cars. And then we have the Wochenspiegel team, Manschau, Ferrari and ARC Bratislava, and Speed Lover for your top 10. MDM's the GT4 leader. GTX second place, GR Motorsport, Akib for sure been out since lap 16, no sign of the RS coming back. There was a slight hesitation for me, because as we click over onto the TCE runners, the leader is actually well inside the top 10, leading by 12 seconds in their division and class. The Red Camel Jordan.nl is actually in 8th position overall. In second position, it's NKPP Racing by Baz Couten. That's Cooten, excuse me. Brutal Fish by KCMG has the Honda in third. Then Autorama, the 112 car, in fourth. Nordschleifer Racing, after a little scare with Daniel Wazinski behind the wheel. We thought they might have done some transmission damage, but control alt delete or something out by the De La Roche chicane. Got that car back going when it was leading the whole division, by the way. So it has dropped back a little way. Top Car Sport in sixth. Seventh is the second of the Autorama cars. That second car, again, not seen earlier in qualifying, but doing a good job. AC in the pits and in the garage at the moment with a bent front shock that is being replaced. WEC Motorsport going around nicely, thank you very much, in the E46. That is the TCX third place car. And the other Wolf Power car, the number one car, they've had some problems. It is running that car, but they lost an inordinate amount of time. And I can't remember why, if I'm honest.
I think they had an early stop, I seem to remember, but I can't remember whether we ever got to the bottom of why that was.
Oh, problems for the Lamborghini again. The De La Roggia chicane. This time he dodges the sleeping policeman and gets back on again in the 7:07. That's Mato Konopka. We have both Konopkas here. Miro and Mato.
Yes, 8 minutes. I think, is that total pit stop time? No, that'll be the last pit stop, won't it? So it had a relatively lengthy last pit stop, but that would explain why the one car is so far back.
I wonder if the 34 has got a little bit of ABS problems.
Yeah.
Because we've seen it now, 4 times? Maybe 5?
And different drivers too.
Different drivers now. Max Edelhoff for car collection there. We saw Dr. Johannes having problems at the first chicane as out goes the 188. That's the AC Motorsports car. That's a pretty decent damper change. They were changing the setup on the spring on that car. That's what they were doing, measuring it up against the old one. Yeah, but back to the 34, JP. Dr. Johannes locked up massively into the first chicane.
But he also nearly outran himself into the second chicane prior to that as well.
And then missed that chicane again and went through the sleeping policeman.
Yes.
And then went through the De La Roche, the Rettifilio again, this time without a lock-up. And there's Max just gone through there. I wonder if they're having a little bit of a sensor issue on their ABS, or whether the pedal maybe is what the drivers called icing, which is very scary. Tends not to happen so much with GT3 cars, but the older GT4s, you hit the brake really hard and you think you're slowing down, but actually you're not. And what you've got to do is come off the pedal and back on again to get some retardation. Not sure about that. That might have just been a
So is that actually the
misbraking point.
system almost stuttering and just not being able to deal with the speed that you're going into the corner? And
it can sometimes get more zeros than ones, I think.
Yeah.
It was described. The reason I've then questioned myself on that, because a GT3 car has a full house ABS, race ABS system, where the early GT4s, some of them were converted from road cars and actually sticking a set of slicks onto them really confused their ABS modules, which then had to be tuned slightly or replaced. But that did look like, that's again, he didn't get any hint of locking there. It just looked like he braked either slightly late and thought, I'm not going to try and make the corner, or he braked at the same place and realised immediately that he wasn't slowing down. And at that point, your choice is, do I try and make the corner, or do you run long?
Yeah, just give it up and trail brake out of it. But
so long as there's nothing there, like an orange Porsche.
And thankfully, when Kirchhoff had his big one at the first chicane,
that was close.
But there was a big cloud of tyre smoke from that, so you're locking up. But
Which you shouldn't be able to do in an ABS if you've got your ABS set correctly.
That's the weird thing about it. Yeah,
and that's what's made me think. I just wonder if they might want to do a systems reset in the morning when they restart that car. They might want to do. You can plug computers into the car before you restart. Might want to do a little bit of a diagnostic. Maybe do it at the next pit stop so that it's done.
Yeah.
This is whizzed over 3 hours. I mean, the first hour went at like 180 miles an hour. I mean, it was ridiculous. Couldn't believe when the first hour's gone through.
I think there's been plenty happening though. It's still a relatively smallish field, but so much unfolding. Cars and teams with problems, as you would expect in an enduro, but also,
Bottage Fiedler with a couple of tyre problems as well, haven't they? That's another car that's lost time.
But some unscheduled pit stops, which has changed the order. And all of a sudden you think, okay, we're getting some rhythm to the race, and the 93 really establishing itself as the lead car by a couple of laps, pretty much 3.5 minutes. I think it led by at one point, and then it gets a puncture, puts it back to fourth, and we have what is really a surprise leader. Very early on in the run for a KTM GTX concept, and 90 laps completed, leading by nearly 50 seconds.
Hang on a second, I'm getting a phone call here from KTM to tell you to shut up, Barber.
I know. Well. Writer Engineering did not expect this. I'm going to say, I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're never expected to be leading after 3 hours.
Okay.
I don't think they did.
Well, I think that car showed great promise in September last year. They'll have been frustrated that they haven't been out before now, in some respects. It didn't have a faultless... Oh, now did it? They had two versions of the car, didn't they? They had a GT4 and the GTX at Barcelona.
Yes, they did.
Last year. And I can't remember if one of them had all the issues and the other one ran well.
I'm pretty sure that, and that wasn't Reiter, was it? That was True Racing, I think, with two of the new and one of the old.
Correct.
As for Reiter, I don't know whether they've run the GTX in Creventic competition. They may have done.
I just remember every time Laura Kreimheimer got into that car, it was flying, and she was passing GT3 cars at Barcelona.
Yeah.
It may be, of course, that Monza suits that car even better. A little bit of dust thrown up at Lesmo 1, and I don't think that was the BMW that we saw on the scene in the first place there, which is right ahead of the... I think that might have been the 91 car that kicked up the... yeah, I think that might have been the 91 or the 101. Hang on, it's Evo in the 101. I bet it's Evo in the 101. Another missed first chicane by the 34. Right. Well, I hate to say this, and I take no pleasure if I am right, but that is looking more and more like brake issues for the 34 car. And the problem with that, JP, is when you have that happen once, you think, oh, maybe I did something wrong. Twice, you think, oh, I'll just change the brake bias, maybe change the ABS setting a click either way. Maybe just see if that sharpens it up a little bit, makes the pedal feel a bit better. But really, at that point, you've lost confidence. You've lost confidence in the brake pedal. And that is so much of how you drive a GT3 car, because I would think down to turn one, the Rettifilio, you'll be trail braking pretty much to the apex of that with your left foot and hammering the brake pedal as hard as you can and allowing the ABS to do the work, just feathering off towards the end of it, but getting the car even to rotate and turn in on the brakes there, because you're slowing down to such a slow speed for that right-hander at the first part of that chicane.
I don't know how these more modern-day GT3s go on for brake pressure as well, because I do remember, 10 years or so ago, in British GT particularly, co-drivers getting out and saying to the new driver getting in, you're going to have to pump the brake pedal so many times before you actually want to apply it for then the corner coming up. And maybe that's the situation with Max Edelhoff currently. He's having to go onto that pedal 3 or 4 times before finally then hitting it to stop. And if that's changing every lap, the amount of times he's got to hit it previously, then it's very difficult to stay on top of. Well, into the pits comes the Audi. First of all, to serve a penalty by the looks of things. Yeah, grinds to a halt in the penalty box with one of the team members down there to time a period in the penalty box, which is overseen by a team member, but that's an accumulative thing, so you can have been given penalties up until that point. Another almost out-braking manoeuvre there for the 93 Porsche into the second chicane. Stefan Aust perilously close to the yellow and black sleeping policeman that protect the runoff area. Thankfully he didn't fall completely off the track and therefore have to go to the right of the bollard which sits there to make sure you don't gain time by taking to the runoff. He'll get away with that just about as far as track limits are concerned. Through the second Lesmo goes the KCMG Honda and heads down towards the Ascari chicane. So that Hong Kong outfit with Pepe Oriola, the Spaniard, at the wheel of number 122, running third in the TCE part of the race. 2 Cupras up ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. You're getting
very
excited by the line into Ascari.
Oh, Pepe Oriola, absolutely fantastic. About 120 board or thereabouts, down 3 gears, nails touring car style over the first curb, and then back up a gear again, almost. But in fact, before he got the car straight, and was anywhere near pointing at the exit. That's a good car he's got underneath him there in that Honda. There is some concern on the faces down at Kart Collection Motorsport, and there's no great hurry to do anything with that car.
That was Gustav Edelhoff, I think, watching on.
In the
salmon
civvies,
shirt.
yeah, the civvies, yeah. Now, well, here's another thought. Is there something rattling around in the driver's footwell that's causing them to struggle with the brake pedal? They're working in the right-hand side, which is the passenger side, of course. But at the moment, no sign of Max Edelhoff getting out of that car. He's sitting relatively impassively. Not much he can do at the moment. I think they're going to give him another drinks bottle by the way they're moving on the other side of the car. Right, well, the other thing it could be, but I'm surprised they're there, it could be a shift problem and they're not getting the downshifts. It also helps you slow down a little bit. But I would have thought then they'd have been changing a steering wheel maybe, and they don't seem to be doing that. They've got a spare battery by the look of it. Okay. Well, then is it cutting out and giving him a scare because it hasn't got enough voltage? Well, I'm just guessing now, aren't you?
I mean, is it some sort of servo that feeds the ABS that isn't getting the power it requires?
It will be, but that's hydraulic, so that...
Yeah, okay.
But electric, you might have electric steering, which could be a problem. I don't know on the Audi, if I'm honest. But they've definitely brought another battery out.
As you say.
I suppose if they've got a... In fact, they've got a jump pack on that now, and a battery charger. So they are pushing it away. Well, I am absolutely none the wiser.
It's not restarting, though, is it? So
no. Well, and I would have thought you... How can you... Well, apparently you can bump start it. Okay.
So alternator issues then, that not powering the battery, and...
Don't understand why that's making him run long, unless it's confusing the ABS module and it's not getting enough voltage. I have no clue. But why would it keep running long in turn one?
I don't think they've solved it.
No, neither do I.
They're just trying to get it to the finish today. And then it'll go straight to parc ferme. So are they going to have to break parc ferme conditions and take the 10-lap penalty to make sure that car is right for tomorrow?
Still sitting in fifth, by the way. Dominic Bastian came in behind them.
So they'll desperately want to avoid that 10-lap penalty.
I'd think so.
If you can plug a laptop in tomorrow morning, you know, just to do a...
You're allowed to on startup to do a systems check.
Right.
And, of course, you know, if you were to find something wrong and very quickly reconfigure a menu of something, then, you know, who's looking over your shoulder?
This.
No, not at all.
We're not condoning that at all.
Saying,
but
you know, like reprogramming a gearbox or something like that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just quickly on a USB stick.
Just do it on the computer. As part of the startup, you'll run a diagnostic check on everything. You have the computer plugged in because it's giving you, among other things, it'll be giving you all the telemetry of the gearbox, the engine, oil and engine, water temps, and checking everything else, and things like, interestingly, like the voltage from the battery. You are allowed to put a separate battery on tomorrow morning as well to get it started up. This looks like regular service for Red Camel in the pit lane, brought in by Evo. Was that Evo getting out, or was that Luke? And who's in it now? And have they got a bed shocker as well? I think they might have.
Evo brought it in. Something's not right within that wheel arch.
They're not working. They've got tools as if they were going to do a brake change.
Okay.
Because they've got a bleed. They've got a bleed bottle there to do a brake change. I wouldn't have thought they would have done that on their pit lane. They probably could have if it's only fronts, and that's all they will do. But it looks now as if that is something more serious And this is a car that has been leading in the TCE category. And the 978's in trouble. That's Dominic Bastian, who's just come in from fuel. And he was leading and up to 6th position for the 991 class, 6th overall. And that car had to be push-started down the pit lane. And that car's just come in for its normal pit stop. And did Dominic stay at the wheel of that car? I think he did. Leader is in the pit lane. Eike Angermeyer. 40 minutes to go. That's interesting.
That's about a stint.
I was going to say, that's all that KTM's been getting.
40 to 45 minutes, yeah.
I wonder if they'll splash in half an hour and fill it and brim fill it to start with a full tank tomorrow. Car's got the pace. Car's definitely got the pace. I think I'd want to stay out of the pits as long as possible tomorrow. You'd say if it was a bigger field, you would risk somebody having a bit of a drop or a whoopsie on the restart tomorrow and getting an early code 60. But with a 22 car field, 23 if the RS comes back, you're not guaranteed to get that.
So Angermeyer in the fueling area now, and will presumably get out of the car. Well, possibly not, but Laura Kreiheimer would be desperate to finish today off with the pace that she showed.
Has everybody been in that car yet?
Yeah, they've only got 3 drivers,
right.
And Rosina, Angermeyer, Kreiheimer is the 3 from memory. Is that right? Car number 746.
Right. You did a right mess of my entry list. You haven't got them in numerical order. Rosina, Kreiheimer and Angermeyer. Yeah, absolutely. So they have all been in up until now.
Another battery being prepared.
That's a Porsche. That's down at Porsche and at Herbert, yeah. The rain light says, just saw the driver of the 101 get out. Doesn't have a full face helmet. Is that not required in the series? That would have been one of the Breukers, and they favour the rally style helmets, Stilo brand, I think, that has a sort of a wrap around, almost like a chin piece that doesn't go all the way around but holds part of the intercom in. You see it quite a lot in WRC, but I'm not sure, but I presume that so long as you have a full face balaclava on and you've got a hands device, that must be fine.
I think
wouldn't be my choice, I've got to tell you. I've never raced with an open face helmet in anything.
Well, probably the full open face is not permitted, but
true.
because you've got that piece across the chin, as you say, although not attached on both sides, I think strength-wise, still very, very strong indeed. And Evo's been using that for the last few seasons, so it's obviously legal.
Tom Firth has done the digging for us for Barcelona. Tom, thank you very much. Up in Yorkshire, I think, this weekend. True Racing, Johnny said, ran 2 GTX KTMs in Barcelona. He was quite right. One ran fine, looking back at the results hour by hour, he says. Finished 9th overall and won the SPX class. The other finished 27th, a few laps down. RTR project ran a crossbow in SP3 the same weekend.
Okay.
So there were indeed 3, and True Racing, you were absolutely spot on. Did run the 2 GTXs in from what would have been second place, I suppose, when they came round. Ralph Bowen. So Ralph didn't get past Jürgen Haring then. I don't think so. Let me check and see. No, he didn't. I don't think.
I think they've been running relatively similar speeds, actually.
Yeah, so once Jürgen got up the pace, we have had 8 changes of lead.
Herring got ahead of 93 at the time, Stefan Gehrig, because Gehrig had the puncture, the rear left puncture. And
It went like this, if I may.
Of course.
So the 746 was leading with Stefan Rosina when he got past Gehrig, if you remember. Then he had to pit just a few laps later, and Gehrig got back past and led from 67 to 74 laps. Then Reiter and Eike Angermeyer went through into the lead to lap 95. Angermeyer comes into the pits. Herring leads from 96 to 97 and has now gone through again. But obviously owes us a pit stop not too far away, I would say.
that new battery that was being prepared has just been installed in the 91 because it's off the stand and in the car. So it's not just one car suffering with battery issues, it would seem. And I don't know quite how to explain that.
Lack of electricity, I would say.
Well, true.
There is a world shortage of electricity, apparently. I have no clue.
The 34 car, you know, you've got to think that it was given a pretty fresh battery to start with. The 91 has shown no external dramas like the 34, you know, of it running out of brakes or similar. But obviously a drop-off in power that I guess can be seen on, the telemetry data being sent back to the team. And they have decided to, during that stop for the 93, replace its onboard power. Ralph Bone bringing that car in. They did do a driver change. It's gone back to Daniel Alleman.
Right.
The black Herbert car with the red detailing. It's been a shortage of Renault stintage today. I know Robert started that car. But otherwise,
saving him for tomorrow?
Well, yeah, you've got to think so. And I don't think Alfred Renault has driven the 91, despite him being down on the entry list for it.
Hello to Joe Bradley. A new damper being readied for the 101. Yeah, bent left front damper. That's 2 TCR cars that we've seen with that. Not one Audi, one Cupra, although the same platform. The 188 AC had a bent front left damper as well. So there is a curb out there that people are clouting that's fighting back.
I'm trying to think which one it is. Probably on the way into Ascari, isn't it? Because, I mean, you said about Pepe Oriola properly attacking that curve on the left side.
And that's fast through there.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean,
it's a third gear entry, but then straight up into 4.
It struck me when you pointed that out. I thought, okay, well, that's fine in a regular TCR race, 10 lapper. You know, you're going to be smacking the curbs at every opportunity. But when these cars have got to last 12 hours, you might be starting to regret that after 3 or 4 hours of relentless punishment. And yeah, 2 very strong strong favourites for a good result this weekend have sort of been taken out of the equation, at least for the time being.
Now, I wonder, does the active ride system that the 101 use make that an easier or a more difficult fix than the AC Motorsport car, which has the non-active, I won't say passive, because obviously they are doing something. They are damping damping the rebound and the bump. How little of the rear tyre is on the ground of the 175 as it's braking. The outside, what, 2/3, 3/4? Harry Hilders leads for NKPP by Baz Kooten Racing in that 175. We have had the leader of TCR well up inside the top 10, 7th, 8th position, but now with those issues, top TCR, and therefore the TCE leader as well, is in 12th position, and out comes the 34. So it's been a daft 40 minutes really, and a busy for 40 minutes for the pit crew. A new battery we saw, or at least we thought we saw for the 34, but that clearly didn't fix what was going on after some long running. And by that I don't mean extra fuel mileage, I mean running long into the pits. Another battery. There's another battery by the side there. So I think they've done another battery in the 34. Why that would affect braking, I'm not sure, unless it was confusing the ABS ECU.
It's all very mysterious, that, and to find out directly from the team, they might not even know, actually.
Joe Bradley saying the sausage curbs. It cost us damage even in the virtual event. Well, there you go. Hello, Bradders. Nice to have you online. Must be a break in Formula 1. Don't tell me. Johnny and I are going to sit down and watch the action from Spielberg. Fish, chips and Formula 1 later, sir. How does that sound?
I'm sold.
Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
And then match of the day.
Even just with the fish and chips. But
right.
Match of the day on a Friday.
Oh, no,
Not
of
sure
course.
That's going to be possible.
No, that's very good. I could bring you one from earlier in the week.
Okay.
You've probably seen it.
Great.
Fish, chips and Formula 1 later.
more sausage curbs at 10, I notice. Yeah, 8, 9, 10, the Ascaris chicane.
Yeah.
So you're smacking the curb at 8, and then if you shortcut the apex at 10, you've got 3 sausage curbs that are sideways on. But otherwise, they're all basically right-handers around here. Slow speed chicanes that do involve left-handers, and I suppose you could also do what the speed level Porsche nearly did there and take to the curb at the Della Roggia, but that was more an avoidance of a TCR car. And this place is brutal on brakes. We mustn't forget that. So many very high speed to hard stops at the first chicane, the second chicane. Less so at Ascari, but you're braking fairly heavily into the Parabolica as well. And when you've done that for nearly 4 hours solid, we're at 3.5 hours now. And teams really are thinking about final stops for today. Pit lane obviously still open at this point.
Yeah.
Because the Jürgen Hering car number 92 has just been brought in for their final stop of the day.
Just a point of order here. Bradley's trying to tell me that he hasn't been watching Formula One today. I'm sure he has. I'd love to know what Bradders thinks about Mugello getting on the Formula One calendar. We've been talking about that for a few weeks here. But also, by the way, we have had 3.5 hours of racing. We started with 23 cars. We've got to 22. In about half of that time, we managed to lose half the Formula One field and ended up with only 11 running. And we lost 9 cars in Formula One.
It all went a bit crazy, didn't it?
On a little tight, short, fast circuit down at Spielberg in Austria. Might try and get Bradders on tomorrow. See if we can set up a Skype link or a Facebook link. Hello to Steve Grivner. Enjoying the coverage so far, he says. Tom Firth says, can you add in the cricket highlights after F1 and fish and chips? Good point. Very good point. Missed that today, don't tell me. Hopefully they got a full day's play down at the Aegea Sport.
There's a bit more play than there was on day one.
Yeah. Very much so.
But good to have cricket back as well.
There's a certain irony, isn't it, the fact that we had April, May and pretty much all of June with the sun cracking the flags.
Yeah.
And in July, the first day of the Test cricket season, it pours of rain. Side by side, internecine battle. 91 goes by, and that was a battle, I reckon, for third position overall. Daniel Alleman taking that from Taki Constantinu on his outlap. So Taki on sort of cooler tyres.
Less tacky.
Very good.
Yeah, I never like to see cars side by side through the Lesmos.
You actually almost looked away there, didn't you? It was quite funny.
I got, my voice went all high-pitched. That wasn't about the cricket, although I'm a big cricket fan. That was more about 2 team cars completely door handle to door handle through Lesmo 1. But they got through it, and now the Ferrari from Wochenspiegel creeping by on the left side as well.
That's getting a lap back.
On
Constantinu. I don't think it is.
No, it's not, because it's had a troubled run, hasn't it? 22.
Yeah. It's getting a lap back on that car, so it's now back on the same lap. Yeah. So Taki down to 4th, still in 5th, Henrik still. Karina Gostner now in the MP Racing AMG, only 4 seconds further back. So Herberth leads Stefan Aust by 7 seconds from the KTM of Eike Angermeyer. And then Herberth Motorsport. But Stefan owes us a pit stop, doesn't he?
Yes. Yeah,
but we think Eike might need to make a stop before the end of the race as well if they're going to have anything left in the tank for tomorrow. And I would think they'll be coming in any time soon if they are going to pit.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a calculation there as to where they are. I mean, you're never going to be able to get far enough ahead of the car that they're battling at the 93 to be able to take that pit stop and still stay on the lead lap, unless they just splash it and then get out, just before the 93 comes round to complete another lap. This is what I mean about, I was making the point at the start of the day about, do you finish 9/10 of a lap, 9.5 of a lap down from the race leader and gain all of that back overnight because you've stayed on the lead lap? But then you run the risk of fully falling off the lead lap and you don't gain that back overnight, obviously. So question of what you may stand to gain, how much you're willing to gamble that risk. But if you can, it's well worth getting a bit more gas in the tank for the run tomorrow morning.
I say so, really would.
I mean, do you think getting fuel, making sure you've got a full tank for tomorrow morning, is worth the risk of losing the lead lap?
Well, everybody else has still got to stop, haven't they? It depends where everyone else is in
If
their
they're
fuel
all on
run.
the same run as same rhythm as you, yeah.
Take the pain now or take it in the morning.
True.
Second in GTX, ninth in the GT division. Marto Konopka, not Miro. There are two Konopkas here. Two Konopkas. Corey G has just tweeted at RSL_studio. I'm a computer programmer with a decade of experience, and if there's one thing I know for certain, is that it's that nobody really understands the magic that is ABS modules. We just all pray that we don't let the magic leak out.
I see.
Excellent stuff, Corey. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so a lot. Well, then a loss of voltage could be having problems, making that car have problems.
Yeah, maybe so. But then, you know, if you've got ABS problems, that doesn't immediately scream battery, change the battery.
No.
So are they just trying to, I don't know, look at all the possible options that are causing that issue?
You'd think so, wouldn't
Change
you?
the battery first. If it's still a problem, then it's not that. But at least we've dealt with one potential. But we haven't seen the 34 car back in again, so maybe that has cured it. 7:07.
Just gone past, in fact. Just gone past, Max.
Ever more golden evening
Beautiful,
light here at Monza. And that was represented so well on the game mechanics of iRacing earlier on in the year. 2 months ago, was that when we did the virtual 12 hours of Monza in one big block of time, whereas here it's got to be split up because of the noise restrictions. But yeah, ever more evocative if you can get that here at Monza.
And of course that iRacing version, the VCO Motorsports event, was run on the original weekend because you can bend time in the virtual world. It was run on the 27th of March, so a lot more darkness as well because the clocks hadn't changed at that point. It is the VCO Spa 24 Saturday and Sunday. Ben Constanduris and Nick Damon, as well as the Racebot TV team, taking you through that. See the event website for details. And 2 rounds of NLS this weekend as well. First time there's been a double header. 150 something on Saturday and 130 something, 13 cars difference. I wonder if those 13 didn't realise there was another race on Sunday, or whether they all need to nip home and do family stuff. I'm not entirely certain. But it's Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden who'll be taking the duties on that. RS3 and Sound and Vision on Saturday, and they'll take over from us on RS1 on Sunday, because we'll be sitting with our feet up somewhere catching up on motorsport and football. And my goodness me, there's plenty on. Double header of IndyCar this weekend from Road America, which I'm very much looking forward to, one of my favourite tracks. Hope you decide to spend some of your weekend with us here at Monza. 450 Tom and Tim Coronel and Jan Jaap van Ron, Jan Jaap van Ron and the M4 BMW. I think you'll find that Tim and Tom have been following that Porsche, then they unfollowed it, and then they're following it again.
I know what you're saying. I tend to call Van Roon just JJ.
JJ.
As he's known to his mates.
All right, okay, that's good.
Big Leto fan as well. So.
Okay.
Top Car Sport heading into the second chicane, and the speed level Porsche in vaguely the same sort of area as well.
Yeah, less more warm now.
So, how are the speed level Porsches getting on? They are first and second in class. There's only 2 in the 991 division, and actually Dominic Bastian in the top 10 overall.
6th position.
He's doing great.
And that was with the push start out of the fuel. Remember, that car seemed a bit recalcitrant. Get the fire in the belly of the 978 underneath the old circuit down there in Ascari. Brakes nice and early because he's got the Honda ahead of him from KCMG. Not just take anywhere near as much curb as the touring cars. That's a nice line through there, but see how much longer he had to wait before he got on the throttle. You could hear it as well, JP. Whereas when Pepe Oriola was in there, he turned in and just nailed the middle curb and was on the throttle from there on. Wochenspiegel Ferrari in the pit lane. Looks like a regular stop, JP.
Yes. Is there a bit of a front splitter chunk missing out of that car, or is it part of the design? Difficult to tell from that angle, but yeah, much quicker pit stop than we had earlier on. That car, sadly, has had 2 separate rear left punctures, which has really put that car back down the field, although still running in 8th. Hendrick still bringing the car in, and it was in and out so quickly. I'm sure Hendrick stayed at the wheel and returning to the race now. So that's their splash, or their top up of fuel done in readiness for hour 5 tomorrow morning.
And that BMW number 450 taking a warning for Tom Coronel at the exit of Ascari for track limits. I do like how it's presented on the screen to the teams, and how well mannered it is. Car 450 failed to manage track limits at turn 10. Warning. Yeah.
Yes.
Failed to manage.
Treating all of the competitors within this race with respect, with the respect that they deserve.
That is the Creventic way, though. I mean, all joking aside.
Yeah.
You sat in the drivers' meeting. I've sat in the drivers' meeting as a commentator and as a driver. Ligier in as well. Now, how's the Ligier doing? It was leading the TCE class. I know it looks like a GT car. It's a GT car, really, but its performance is down among the sort of lap times of the TCE machines. It's running in TCX, second in its class. So it's not even leading TCX at the moment. Oh, dear. That is Autorama and the 211 car. So that 226, Regis brought that car in for Nordschleifer Racing. The red mist has descended in the 188 car.
Again, yeah.
Somebody mentioned that earlier on, which I thought that was fantastic.
Driving with rose-tinted spectacles.
Very good. Let's get them all out now, because it'll be fixed by tomorrow. We think that was when he hammered the curbs, didn't we?
It's sort of like a rose for the sponsorship of that car. The SP, by the way, is Stefan Perrin.
Yeah.
So that's his business. And I just wonder whether that's deliberate. They've just dropped a kind of rose gel into the camera. But it looks a little bizarre. But can you make Monza even better looking with that tint of pink? Not sure.
Pepe Oriola in from third in the TCE and TCR division and class. He's staying in the car. Now this is interesting. This is 18 minutes to go. I've got the messages up to see when the pits close. So I'm guessing it must be 15 minutes. Surely it's not 10. Alan Prosser says, sorry I'm late. Pesky work getting in the way of Full Metal Motorsport. There's only 20 minutes left. Can't we do something about this? The Legier's got the engine cover off.
If only you could watch or listen again to all of this coverage. Oh, you can.
Well, that's the good thing, Alan. Stop watching now, and if you've got nothing better to do this evening, I think you can rewind the player, can't you? On the 24H series site. I've got a feeling it's got a DVR feature on it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So if you're getting to this again later on tonight, Alan, well done for finding it and rewinding it. Having got in from work nearly 4 hours ago and now just catching up. And you're right, there still is just 17 minutes to go.
Must be about 1:45 with you. Oh dear, this is not the
drive shafts
that the Ligier. Oh, this is what you said about hammering those
I did.
sleeping policemen on the runoff up
and it's
at
the left-hand side as well.
Roger chicane, yeah.
And they had gearbox and drive shaft issues, and remember they were swapping drive shafts like God bless you at Barcelona. Well, that's a
sensor.
A sensor of some description, eh? Where's that going in? On the gearbox. That's fiddly, isn't it? Well done. Let the torque drive in. Nicely done. Bradley, what's he doing? Bradley up in Sunderland watching that. I have no clue. Well, it's got to be some part of the gearbox actuator, or it's right there on the diff and the gearbox. it's something that has been replaced because either it's failed and it's put the car into a limp mode, or it's something that's stopping the car either shifting gears or doing something in that area. It's right on the gearbox, that. Right in the gearbox and the diff. Wonder if it's been stuck in gear position sensor, something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't know.
I mean, it's all feeding back to the steering wheel, isn't it? Because they're in the cockpit there, checking that it's changed things on the dash or on the steering wheel itself.
Come on, Bradley, you were tweeting in earlier on.
Well, at least the drive shafts are all right.
Yeah, well, that's
quite
good.
a big job to block
it
those
was,
out.
wasn't it? They got pretty good at it at Barcelona, I seem to remember. Ian McCarthy says, I love the rose-tinted onboard and the 188 AC Motorsport car. I wonder if their rear view camera is this year's model, the Hindsight 2020. Very good. Very good. You've won today's internet. Very good, Ian. So 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes and 27 seconds. Keep an eye on the leaders in class, Johnny, and see where we are. 6 seconds between first and second. Stefan Austin, Edgar Angermeyer, Porsche versus KTM. I thought the KTM was going to be stretching to get to the end from 40 odd minutes away, but clearly they seem happy.
There's not going to be much fuel left, though, in that KTM, because there's no sign at all of Iker taking it easy with the loud pedal. He's trying to stay with the Herbert Porsche as much as possible, but bear in mind that 6.3 seconds will disappear overnight, and they'll be next to one another on the restart grid. So
Herbert have now led the race since lap number 96.
Okay.
Two different cars, in fairness, 92 and 93.
108, actually working 109 now. Yes, the 92 has led, hasn't it, and the 93, but the 91 yet to find its way to the sharp end.
No, Daniel Alleman led the race for 4 laps from lap 43.
On the pit stop cycle, maybe.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Ligier in the garage, hence your exclamation to the negative.
Not happy.
No.
That's a shame. I love that car. I like the whole concept of it. I think it's possibly, if I'm brutally honest, it's possibly a little bit more expensive than it needs to be. Sorry, that doesn't sound right. I'm sure it's... for the performance level that it sits at. But I like the concept, I really do. Not dissimilar really to Mark cars. Just gone a different way about it.
Yeah, that's true. Mark Carr's offering 1 or 2, or at least in the early phase, with a Mark 1, different body
That's
shapes.
right, yeah.
On top, whereas obviously Ligier locked in to be a JS2 R.
Okay, where's my timing screen?
But, yeah, running in both one-make championships, and also you can bring it for much longer distance racing. Here's KTM GTX concept out of the first chicane.
What a race already it's been
to
for
the
them.
lead of the race as well, because the number 93 choosing to pit on that lap and get fuel in the belly prior to tomorrow. So they're going to take the hit now. Iker Angermeyer, though, staying out.
Come in next time around, I think. I think that car's in next time around, the Valvoline car. I'm not sure it can get to the close of play tonight on the fuel that it's got. Yeah, it would have a couple of laps lead, but, you know, cough splutter in the morning. Maybe have to take an early pit stop. Although, potentially, nobody at the pits in the morning. Everybody backed up, still a lot of traffic. I don't know. It's a tough one. It really is.
Well, I think now that your main rival has pitted, that gives you...
They've got the pace.
The possibility to do that as well.
That KTM has got... And don't forget, you don't have to do a driver change. You could put the same driver in tomorrow. You could put your fastest driver in. It's a reset in terms of your drivers tomorrow. If they're going to pit, it has to be this time around, because they'll be under 10 minutes next time around, and I'm sure that's when, I'm sure that, I haven't made that up, have I? Closing the pit lane.
When you said it earlier on, I was scratching my head because I didn't remember that rule, but that's not to say it doesn't exist, because there are plenty of regulations I've forgotten in my time.
Bradley, he says Bradley likes the fact that he thinks that was a gearbox actuator on the Ligier.
That would fit.
And then he came back with possibly, he said. So that was about as positive as we were about that. Did the KTM come in? No, stayed out. And Herbert is already back out again. So was that just a quick splash of fuel for Stefan Aust?
It was a 1 minute and 48 second stop, so yes.
Falkenspiegel do their fastest lap of the race last time around on Rick Still.
Impressive.
1:52.5, fastest GT car on the circuit last time around by a couple of tenths. And by a couple of tenths to Herbert's Daniel Alleman, and everybody else miles away from that. And reason being, he's right up the tailpipes of which car is that? That is the 93. Now that's important because he's trying to get a lap back. Really important. Out of the final chicane and going up the right hand side, the 93 Herbert car still getting up the pace on its out lap. 9:42. Let me check the switched messaging again. Well, nothing about the pits lane closing.
To be honest, if you're Stefan Aust, I would let the 22 car go because it's so many laps down. The Ferrari's completed, just done 103 laps, whereas the 93, 110.
Yeah.
So the wise thing for me would be, especially as Hendrik still is finding a lot of pace late for today, just allow that Ferrari through. That's exactly what Stefan Aust has done.
The reason he's trying to do this is because Corinna Goschner has just come back out of the MP racing car. Pit lane now penalised. There we go.
Okay.
So there we go.
Yeah.
It was 10 minutes. Or maybe 9 minutes then.
So Angermeyer can't now come in.
Angermeyer now can't come in without a penalty. Nobody can come in now without a penalty. So Corinna Goschner's just got back out in front of Ulrich Still, and that is a battle for 7th position. And Dominic Bastian, no, he's a lap ahead. So Bastian in the Speed Lover car back up to 6th position. And the best of the Cup cars, of course. I thought I hadn't made that up.
I'm struggling to work out the thought process from Reiter here now. Why did they not bring that KTM in? Because the thing is, yes, they'll start tomorrow a clear lap ahead of everybody else, but actually the results tonight will probably read a lap and a half, maybe, between Angermeyer and Aust will gain that half lap back because you start exactly a lap apart, irrespective of the change in the time. It's just a clear lap, and you're going to lose over a lap as soon as you come in for fuel. So the net result is that Aust is going to be well ahead by maybe a couple of minutes.
And if you look, Johnny, the three Herbert cars are within 30 seconds of each other, and all on the same lap. So they effectively will start in their grid positions, but one lap down on the leader. This is a slight mistake. Well, Reiter are a good team. But that car, how long has Eike Angermeyer been in that car now?
Nearly 90 minutes, an hour and 25. I've got him down as the stint length, and that's minus any time he's been in the pits. I don't think he's a clear lap ahead of Aust here.
No,
it's only a minute and 44. So with the pit stop, Aust has stayed on the lead lap.
Yeah.
93.
I think they've done a timed pit stop and just banged fuel in and left the tyres on. I don't think they've changed tyres.
And they're going to gain. About 105 seconds.
So who do we think is a lap down then? Definitely car collection, they are several laps down. But out of the top 4, Taki's a lap down, Alleman's a lap down, Aust is not a lap down. That's the way I read that at the moment, not by about 10 seconds.
So as you say, I mean, they've had their cake and eaten it at Herbert Motorsport, because they've said
come back for seconds.
They've said, let's get the car fueled, let's not fall off the lead lap, and they are. Oh well, I talked about 9/10 of a lap. They're about 9/10 of a lap behind Mika Angermeyer.
Just exiting the Ascari chicane, and right behind them, any second now, we should be able to see the KTM. So they're both on the back straight at the same time. What's the lap times? 54.5 for Reiter, 55 flat for Stefan Aust. So this is the battle now in the next 5 minutes. Stefan Aust has got to keep hitting his marks and cannot lose another 7 seconds. He's about 7 seconds ahead of going that full lap down. And that's all. This is what KTM are gambling on right now. That Mika Angermeyer can wring some performance. Last lap, 54.5 against a 54.9, half a second again. Stefan Aust, that car's got 4 seconds more pace in it, but not with Stefan Aust driving the wheels. No disrespect to Stefan, he's doing a cracking job. Fastest lap of its race for Max Edelhoff in the 34 car collection car. That battery has solved its problems.
It seems so.
Yeah, 51.1, fastest GT car by a country mile last time around. By a country mile. The best lap for the KTM is a 53.0, and they're running at 54.5. So we've seen them running in the 50, early to mid 54s for a long time with Angermeyer, in fact with all the drivers on. So they are getting much closer to their optimum pace all the time. Allemann and Constantinu are both off the lead lap as it stands right now. But the other Herbert car, the 93, the new car for this weekend, if you like, I reckon still on the lead lap, but barely. Now on the run down to Ascari, 4 minutes to go. And the 978 Speed Lover Porsche is in between no, where is the 746? No, the 746 has cleared that traffic. So the 746 clears the traffic. So that's a clear run now for Angermeyer. 53.9 last time around. 54.6, it goes the other way because of the traffic, you see.
Yeah, well, it was only half a second anyway, so Angermeyer was never going to close the gap to a fast enough rate. Needed to be closer to a second a lap, really.
Look behind. Just put the 91 Allemann back a lap. So that's what they were doing. Now Allemann is lapping at roughly, well, he's lapping a bit quicker than the leader. So Allemann, actually, I'll put that the other way around. Allemann's trying to get back on the lead lap here. So the dark Porsche chasing down the Reiter Engineering KTM, the Valvoline car, is trying to get back on the lead lap. This is quality stuff.
Just over 2.5 minutes to go. We're going to have this lap and one more. Here comes Allemann up the inside and makes quick work indeed of Mika Angermeyer, but he's gone wide out of the second Lesmo into the gravel briefly and didn't therefore have the drive off the corner that was required. But Mika Angermeyer almost saw the rate of knots that Allemann was approaching and went, well, after you, sir, because you'll never make the corner. And so it proved. So Angermeyer keeps the race lead. He was going to do that anyway because Allemann was just trying to get the lap back again. Good drive off the exit of the second Lesmo, up the inside, but Mika Angermeyer hits the brakes at the right point and Allemann just missed it.
Allemann very lucky not to park that car in the gravel there.
Shows how hard he's pushing though to get this lead lap back again. so that we get 3 cars by the end of this first chunk of the race on the lead lap.
And we're getting excited about this. Remember, last lap board's just gone out. Last lap board has just gone out. We're getting excited about this. This is only the first third of the race, remember. We've got 8 hours more of this tomorrow. Our podium ceremonies at the end of that part. Mike Nash tweets at RSL_studio. Right, clearly hoping for an early code 60 tomorrow. Yeah, but they'd only be able to take half a fuel load. But yeah, you know, there's been so few code 60s. So last lap of the race, Angermeyer still with breathing room to put all bar one of the Herbert Motorsport cars a lap down. Where is the second place car? That's the number 93. Oh, it's tantalisingly close. They've only just got this wrong. They're both on the run now, down towards Ascari. The 93.
Alamon's going to have a great chance on the last few sequence of corners. Either, well, he wouldn't try and move into Ascari, I wouldn't think, but into the Parabolica if they get a good run down the back straight, which is exactly where Stefan Aust is now in the second placed car for Herbert Motorsport.
So he's not on his last lap yet.
No.
He'll be on his last lap when he crosses the line this time around. And the battle we need to see is coming up to Ascari now. And here's Alemon. And the leader is defending. They know. Angermeyer knows he can't let that Porsche through. Alemon's going to have a look in the inside into the Parabolica. Isn't able to do it. Can he do it on the sprint? Now the 93 car starts its last lap. And look behind Johnny Palmer, because which car comes out? It's going to be very close indeed. There's the end of the first 4 hours. And there are only 2 cars on the lead lap. But exactly as JP was talking about earlier on, he had 9/10 of a lap on the field on the next car back. That'll be wiped out tomorrow, and that KTM is in nowhere near as good fuel situation as the 93 Herbert car. This is going to be mouth-wateringly, strategically brilliant tomorrow.
I think it is, and no doubt about it, that KTM's going to have to make an early start for the crucial juice that you need to start to complete the first stint. You've got to think that those down at Reiter Engineering concentrated so much on the development of the KTM GTX, haven't been paying close enough attention to Creventic races in the last 12 to 18 months, because Herbert Motorsport, from a strategic point of view, never miss a beat. And you know, the car they're up against pits, you have time to react and also pit, and they missed the opportunity. I think they'll live to regret that early tomorrow morning.
Great awareness by the marshals, and thanks to all the marshals at Monza and further afield who are working this weekend, both here in the UK with a busy weekend of national motorsport, internationally of course with Formula 1, IndyCar as well this weekend, a double header for them, and the Nürburgring NLS. A lot of marshals out this weekend, and I have been speaking to the British Motorsport Motor Racing Marshals Club about marshalling, and with this compressed schedule, with all the series trying to get everything in before the end of the season, there's a lot of pressure on marshalling and officials. So don't burn yourselves out, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure you get your rest, because I'm rather thinking that you could probably be marshalling every weekend. Not that that isn't always the case, but there's some very big events that are clashing this year. So Reiter Engineering and Eike Angermeyer come home effectively 1 minute 43 seconds ahead of Herbert Motorsport. That will be wiped out. I'm still waiting. No, that car has. I was just waiting to see if Stefan Aust came through. He has. So that you've worked so hard and built yourself a 1 minute 43 second advantage as they head into Parc Fermé. Big wide swing from the back straight, but that will be wiped out. So as they start tomorrow, the 746 KTM and the 93 Porsche will be on the front row, and the gap between them will be the gap between them.
Yeah, which is nothing.
Everybody else is a lap down or more. The next two Herbert's cars are 1 lap back. Then it's 6 laps back to car collection in 5th. 1 further lap back to Dominic Bastian, who's the best of the Cup class cars. And they're on the same lap as the Mercedes AMG of MP, the Ferrari 488 of Wochenspiegel, who were pushing really hard. And the Lamborghini's the next car. That's a GTX car, and that's a further lap back. Let's just confirm all that for you before we take our evening break and back in the morning, of course, with some Formula Renault races as well. Starting at the top of the shop. So forget the 143.7. That's going to disappear tomorrow. Front 2 will start on 116 laps completed. With 115 laps completed, it's the next 2 Herbert cars. 110 laps completed, the 34 car collection. 109 laps completed, Speed Lover. This is the best way to do it, isn't it? Also on 109, MP Racing and Wochenspiegel, the Mercedes and the Ferrari. 108 for ARC Bratislava. The leader in TCE we'll get to in a little while. So everybody is lapped down on the GT field. And a full 100 laps back after stopping on lap 16 for the Equipe Fischer. We've not seen that car back out again. GT4 leader is MDM Motorsport, the Coronels and JJ Van Rooyen for that. In TCE, there'll be a gap between the back of the GT fields and the TCE. But just for a little bit of... to get this right, Harry Hilders brought that number 175 home in 10th overall. They have completed 107 laps. Now, on 106, but only 1:33, 1 minute 33, I think Autorama will start on the lead TCE lap. But now, 2:03. I think Top Car might be still on the lead lap as well, actually. When that all shapes out tomorrow, we'll get that for you. Then the Honda, I think, is the first car off the lead lap. And then Autorama is also laps down, both Autoramas. What a great run, by the way, by the 211, which we'd hardly seen today. That's the ex-Jordan Red Camel car, which finished second, we believe, at Silverstone in the 24 hours. Then the number 1 car, defending series champions. That issue for the left-hand side front shock absorbers for both the 101 and the 188 cost them 3 laps to the leading car in class, and that is going to be very difficult for them to get back tomorrow. Both cars with bent front left shock absorbers. Yeah, Johnny Palmer, quick final thought from you before we wrap up and head on. Just should mention WEC Motorsport have had a clear run. That E46 M3 has been running fine. Not so much the case, we think, a gearbox sensor for the JS2 are Ligier. Let's just remind everybody we're back tomorrow, and you can join us then when the leading 2 will start on the front row.